Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Morning, everybody. Morning and welcome once again to Perkins Online. The Lisa Hannah saga continues. There seems to be almost nothing for the talk shows to have discussions about. Nothing else. But, I don't know. She has been formally appointed now, the party's candidate, and is to be presented to the constituency, I think beginning today. So, we shall see how that turns out. There's another little thing on the interesting... Oh, there's a press conference being held today. At which the Commissioner of Police himself is going to be present. This concerns the Woolmer matter. Now, some number of press conferences have been held before this, and the Commissioner has never been at any of them, as far as I'm aware. I don't know whether Mr. Mark Shields will be at this one, but he certainly will not be the star. The Commissioner is taking over that role, and we're going to be hearing from the Commissioner. Well, what is the present position regarding Mr. Woolmer's death? Was he murdered by manual strangulation, or did he die of natural causes? And it seems to me that that this country faces, well, this is the legacy of World Cup cricket as far as we are concerned in this country. It has made us the laughing stock of the world. And when people think of the levels of crime that we have in this country, of murder in particular, and then we have an investigative unit that cannot determine that, you know, when somebody has been murdered and when he has died of natural causes. It really is horrible. But, you know, if one takes these things as seriously as one should, one will need to end up in somewhere like Bellevue. But then, as you know, Bellevue will not be available because it's being reserved for the cabinet. So, I don't know whether they'll take the investigative people along with them there. But these are the times we live in. There's another fascinating item on the front page of the Gleaner this morning. 250 students who have just graduated from grade 6 now, did their GSAT, and they were assigned to 3 secondary schools which have they were assigned to 3 secondary schools, I believe, which have not yet been built. In fact, my understanding is that the construction has not yet begun, or my impression is. But certainly they have not been completed. And so they're being reassigned to 3 other schools, which have to be modified, expanded, in order to accommodate them. And the expansion process has not yet begun. I find this, there's something ludicrous about the way government operates in Jamaica. So the minister is saying that there is a procurement process we have to go through. Maxine Henry Wilson, Minister of Education and Youth, told the Gleaner. However, she was unable to say when this process would be completed. Now, I think the new school term is to start in 3 months' time or something like that. We're now in June. Yes, it begins in September. So there seems to be a shroud of uncertainty at the moment over the question of whether these children can be accommodated in schools. Very funny. Well, very funny. Very funny if you forget what the students themselves are probably going through. Now there's the headline story in the Gleaner has to do with $1 billion in breaches. The Contractor General has put out another report in which he is pointing out breaches that have occurred in government contracting. And this one has to do with health insurance for public servants. Now, I wonder what this means. I think that the contract is for something like a couple of $1 billion with Blue Cross, and it was apparently given to Blue Cross without tendering, and they've been getting the contract renewed repeatedly since 1995. What I'm interested in knowing, though, this is a contract, we are told, for public servants. Now, does this also accommodate the politicians? Because I know that there is a contract, health insurance for the politicians, which allows them to avoid the cockroaches and flies and so on of the Kingston Public Hospital and other such places, and the absence of the inability to find beds to accommodate them and whatever else, lack of equipment and so on, and to go off to places like Miami, New York, wherever, to seek first world medical attention, and to fly there in air ambulances, all covered by the insurance, and paid for, of course, by the poor people of Jamaica, who, when they need a bed, when they need to have something done in the Kingston Public Hospital, there is no bed to accommodate them, and they end up dying. Or they have to find $40,000 to pay the initial fees and so on. They can't find it, and therefore, Although I gather that in the case of the ad that was pulled, the family did rake up the 40,000, but that's another matter. Finally, they got the 40,000 together. But it happens that people in Jamaica, large numbers of, well, every now and then you hear of a case of a citizen who, who needs medical attention, has difficulty finding the money. And therefore the treatment is delayed and maybe ultimately somebody dies, It happens. Happened to a Bermudan woman here in Jamaica. In her case, they wouldn't accept her credit card. They wanted raw cash. Anyway, it would be interesting to know whether this contract includes the politicians or whether there's a quite different contract to accommodate them. And, well, when I say the politicians, I think it covers members of parliament and of the government. I am not sure whether senators are included, but it would be interesting to find out. But isn't it fascinating? Isn't it fascinating that in Jamaica, people who need health care have to pluck out the money. If they can't find the money to pay the initial cost of admission to the hospital and so on, they can't be treated. And they might die. But when a member of the government or of the parliament is ill, and I think it applies to members of their families too. We need to go into the details of this because we're in an interesting time, and I think people need to know about this. I think it applies also to members of their families. But they can jump in an air ambulance, go off to New York for first world medical treatment, while even those here who can pay, they have to languish in the hospital ward, crowded with cockroaches. We take a break.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is 10:15.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car. Definitely a car.
Automatic or stick.
Definitely automatic.
New or used.
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
Hey, Red. Rodeos are coming. Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome. Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
Sorry, Gran.
We stopped for gas and then you disappeared for so long and left me in the car, boy.
Sorry, Gran.
What you been doing there? Did you go eat a sandwich?
No, Gran.
Were you reading magazines?
No, Gran.
Oh, you had one of those fancy mocha cafe latte coffee things?
No, Gran.
Well, what you did get, boy?
A aspirin.
Drive into an Esso now for everything you need. We know your passengers value the time spent with you as much as you enjoy the time spent with us. How do we know? We're drivers too.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. You know, I've been using the studio now for over 5 years. And I'm just being told that there's a cough button. For the first time in 5 years. Anyway, the police press conference should be starting just about now, or should have started at about 10 o'clock. So in a moment, I suppose we'll start getting information about what is going on there, what is being said. Okay, let's get to our callers. Hello?
Mr. Perkins.
Hello, morning.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes,
this thing concerned me a lot, Mr. Perkins.
What is that?
I was in Kingston the other day, and I was on a passenger vehicle, not one of those big bus. And the song that was playing on the bus, children was on the bus, Mr. Perkins. And the type of songs, the DJs that was playing on the bus.
Yes.
Sick my stomach, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
And a lot of people was on the bus and them a dance and they said, Mr. Perkins, what happened to Jamaica?
Jamaica, sir, has sunk into a pit of depravity.
Oh my God, Mr. Perkins, it comes like we don't have no formal leadership.
Yes, that is part of your problem. That is a large part of your problem.
Oh God, Mr. Perkins, the children was there and they was talking about body parts of woman and what
yes.
to do with woman, all type of things, Mr. Perkins, sick stomach.
Yes.
But I tell you, Mr. Perkins, believe me, I'm Jamaica. I have 4 children. We get 4 children, Mr. Perkins, and I don't want them to grow up in Jamaica like this. Believe me.
I don't blame you, sir.
I'm afraid for them, Mr. Perkins. Believe me, Jamaica gone bad. Very, very, very
yes.
bad, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Why?
And we, as you say, there's a serious leadership deficit in this country.
Because, one time, I remember I was small because I was up in the 70s, Mr. Perkins. But I remember, I think it was a song, I think it was Stanley, do that song. I don't remember it was who. But the song come out. And
who a song?
It was about woman and man business. And
yes.
It wasn't as bad, not even half as bad as this song nowadays.
Yes.
And as it come out, them ban it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was in the 80s.
Yes.
And Mr. Perkins, believe me, if I should take the passenger vehicle, try and do it one day. And so I go on the road. The very children, they never come from school, Mr. Perkins, they never hear what come out of their mouth.
Yes.
It's sick stomach.
And, and one of the consequences is young girls engaged in sexual activities on the buses with men, conductors, and whomever else.
And
right?
Mr. Perkins, who we have to stop?
And I hear I see an item in the papers with the Director of Public Prosecution saying that when children engage in such activity, the parents should be prosecuted.
We I don't believe so, Mr. Perkins. We have a government for that.
Well, I don't know.
We have a government for that, Mr. Perkins. I mean, sometimes the parents don't even know what the children are going on with at school.
Boy, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Another quick point, Mr. Perkins, I want to raise with you.
Eh?
I hear Mr. Myers, Tony Myers. He came on 93 FM yesterday evening, the evening edition at the Breakfast Club. And he was talking about the seat in Northwest. He was talking about Mr. Mullins' seat in Montego Bay, and he was talking about the seat in Northwest Sentence. And he was saying that the seat in Northwest Sentence, they are dead eat.
The what?
Say they are dead eat. Mr. Whitton and Mr. Lawrence. Lawrence is dead eat.
Yes.
And my mind draw back to a gleaner that I have, because I always put on papers years upon top of years. I have some newspaper. And I saw in where he put out an article, Mr. Perkins, Friday, October 11, 2002. That's Tony Myers. And in the article he said that the headline said Myers sees PMP getting 42 of the 60 seats. That's in 2002, Mr. Perkins. I mean, when these polls are stopped and come out and try to fool the people, he said that the PMP would win 3 seats in Senton. That's what the Gleaner article is saying right now. That's in 2002. And the JLP end up winning the 3 seats, what Mr. Myers said the PMP was going to win. So I think they should stop do those things. I believe they're coming out to try to influence the people, Mr. Perkins. And I think it is wrong. If they have a poll, if they do a poll, I think they should keep it in the party them. I don't think they should publish it. You know, and the way down in the newspaper to try to influence people. And most of the time they are totally wrong. What do you think about that, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, I sympathize with what you're saying, sir.
I mean, Mr. Myers totally wrong. He was wrong in 2002, and I think he's wrong again. You know.
So what is he saying now?
He's saying that the PMP is going to. He's saying that the PMP is going to get 2 seats in Senton, and he's totally in agreement with the Prime Minister to put anybody he wants to put in Southeast Senton, because she's the Prime Minister and she has the last staff. He was saying that, you know, and I wonder, because the people have the right to choose who they want to choose.
Well, then if the Prime Minister puts somebody there, and the people don't want that person, then they still have a right to make their choice.
That's what I said. Even at the Bible days, Mr. Perkins.
Although the Prime Minister says that the wrath of Jamaica will come upon them.
All right.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know neither, Mr. Perkins. I don't know. But even at the Bible days with Solomon, when God said that he wants David to be ruler over Israel. And the people there said they cannot wait. And they put a different king over because God said he wants David, and the people them choose, and God give them what them choose. You know, and if the Prime Minister is following in God's footsteps, I think he should listen to the people at Southeast Center.
Look here, sir. I think it is scandalous that the Christian Church has sat down and taken all this that is going on about God did this and God did that, right? I don't think God has done any such thing.
Trying to mix God in all of their politics and using God to win.
Yes, they're using God for the purpose of winning an election.
And that is wrong. That is totally wrong, Mr. President.
Well, you know, if you believe in politics and the party, well, you might hold one view of it. If you believe in God, you might hold a different one.
And yes, the people of Jamaica, they are not like years ago. They're getting very sensible. They are not going to use this.
Yes.
And vote. The view they have in mind was to vote. That's the way the people are going to vote.
Yes, indeed.
Believe what I say, Mr. President.
All right, sir.
Yeah, man. You have a good day.
Thank you very much. Same to you. The Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP, Ken Pantry, wants parents to be held accountable for children involved in sexual cases who fail to turn up for court. Mr. Pantry noted last week that there have been several cases involving children who have sexual relations with bus drivers and taxi operators. He said he was concerned about what he considered the absence of parental care of the affected minors. I don't know how he arrives at the conclusion that this means an absence of parental care. If children are being exposed on public buses to what that caller just described, and to other such things, and if they can go on buses and be engaged in sexual intercourse on the open bus, if that has become almost standard practice, I'm not sure what control parents would have over that, and how it would be possible to charge the parent for that. You know, and even if the parent doesn't turn up in court, again, I don't know how you charge a parent for that. Maybe what is happening is that the parent is so disgusted and ashamed that I don't know that is a criminal offense. I wonder. Maybe, of course, one expects the DPP to know more about these things than I do, but, you know, seems to me a little odd that everybody is out to blame the parents, right? And it isn't the parents who are creating a general atmosphere and culture in which children are affected by this kind of thing. Incidentally, that child, a young girl, who jumped out of a taxi when she was about, well, I gather there are two of them, but they jumped out of taxis in order to avoid what seemed to have been coming at them, sexual exploitation. I think that they were very brave, very, very courageous girls. I don't think, well, I wouldn't suggest that they be given national honors, because I think that they are beyond that. But they really are brave girls, and you know, they really should be held up in high esteem. We take a break.
Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, creating wealth for our clients every single day. For expert stock portfolio management, foreign currency investments, and competitive returns, call Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, 960-639-024. The time by Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5 is
10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Lloyd's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Lloyd's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 form ply, cement, and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us, and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
And now for today's weather brief. There is a surface to mid-level trough across the Central Caribbean. Today will be cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms over most areas. In our 3-day outlook, on Wednesday and Thursday, look for cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. And on Friday, expect partly cloudy conditions with showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
So, who is the lucky bride?
Lucky who? I just picked up my suit from Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor.
From foreign? No! Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, shop 47 Twin Gates Plaza. Their suits are equivalent to suits from West End London.
But Bespoke Tailor is a Jamaican tailor right a yard. And them have the best tailor-made suits about you.
Bespoke Tailor? No wonder I thought you were spoken for.
Victor Wilson, Bespoke Tailor, 926-7587.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Well, the press conference seems to be well advanced. The commissioner apparently has spoken, and they're now in a question and answer session in which Mr. Mark Shields is starring. Apparently. We're talking, of course, about the Woolmer matter. So we should soon be hearing something, hopefully, about what the outcome, what has happened. They're carrying it live on other stations. But we'll hear in time. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I'm at the Fiesta site in Anova.
You're at the
Fiesta site in Anova.
Yes.
We are having major problem when you see the cause riot.
You're serious?
It caused riot several times here.
Why?
Well, we are undergoing a situation here.
Uh-huh.
Certain buildings you can get sealed up, you cannot get no job. When the ground was breaking, they said the priority is first for Anova people.
Uh-huh.
And we're not seeing that. Now Dominican come and take over, sir.
Dominicans?
Yes. And them two playing the general like what the black man would have played. When they find one decent black man, we stand up to the right, they fight them out of work. Right now we have our demands, Mr. Perkins, and we want work to do because first time woman could have looked at them bodies. Germs is all around now. So far we can't get work, Mr. Perkins. our desire is to work. And we want some assistance down here because it cannot work like what's going on. Right now, how much people out of job, and if you're not lookable for touching and touching, you cannot hold a job.
If you're not lookable for touching and touching?
Yes, sir. And from we get paid on the 1st of June. We've been coming. And
so hold on. You are employed there?
Yes, sir.
You are employed at the Fiesta site?
Yes, sir.
And the people who are demonstrating, are they also employed at the Fiesta site?
Yes, sir.
So what is it? They have jobs?
Right now, plenty of us don't in no job.
What do you mean you're doing no job? Now you say you're employed.
Some of who, Mr. Perkins, you can't touch your bottom. You're out of a job. You must can't let go sex on the side. And
no,
I
man.
Somebody up to that. And now the Dominican them taking the place worse than the Jamaican.
Oh, Lord.
So we're calling on the big authorities to come to our assistance because we don't want to get rude. So we're calling on the authority. We need help.
All right, so what is the state of the demonstration now?
Right now we're not working because our supervisor stick out the 1st of June so we get the money. And because he stick out, the Dominican trying to revenge us, and right now we're standing on the side from coming from PD until now, and we're not working. Because when we want the money and to the supervisor stick out and say, no, one black man is supporting head to their money. He must give the money, make him pay up the people, and we get the money to the supervisor stick out. He's fighting against the supervisor and we're out of work right now.
You're out of work?
Yes, because we're not working. Up to this morning, the supervisor decided to go here to start. He tell him no. And rain falling down here outside, work cannot done. So we need assistance because, listen to me, we are getting fight, Mr. Perkins, and we are in problem. So we have to call in and the authority.
What has happened then is that they've suspended the work or some aspects of it.
Sir?
What has happened?
The union are not easier to represent us. That's why they're behaving like that. Because everything in this government they are by us.
Oh, Lord. All right, ma'am, we have to try and look into it.
Yes, sir, me want Mr. Bruce here to come represent me because when they fight team and it's supposed to be all right.
All right, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I hope he's listening. Okay, hello? Boy. I don't understand, though, what is it that is causing all these foreign workers to be brought into the country to do work that Jamaicans are here ready to do? I really do follow that. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, morning.
Yes, about them two girls that jump out of the car.
Yes.
I think they are brave too, boy.
What?
I think they are brave too.
And I got the impression that in at least one case the car wasn't sort of going...
good speed.
Wasn't going at 30 miles an hour.
Yeah. But you know, I think women should fight when they are being raped though.
Well...
I mean, that should be it. You can't just give in so. Because man, you know, hold anything from you. You have to fight, man.
Yes, but what do they have to fight with, sir? And
well,
I mean, some of the men,
easily, you know.
some of the men that are doing these things are prepared to go to all lengths, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of them have been murdered.
Yeah. Well,
a lot of these women.
Another set of girls them would have gone to, but these decided to take a chance.
They took a chance.
Yeah.
And they were lucky to come out of it with as few injuries as they seem to have sustained.
One man, what you'd say, the girl bounce up and bounce back.
Oh, yes?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Like a ball.
Boy, I would be proud of that girl was your daughter of mine.
Yeah, Mr. Perkins, just one thing I want to share with you, what happened to me yesterday.
Yes.
I came home, man, when I was inside, a group of 3 men with a girl and an ex-man who live around my back here. Come up to me, and the girl pointed me out to the 3 man, and the man this man telling them to throw a stone in on me grill door. And them throw some big stone and go on with one thing and threatening me, say, them are going to kill me. So I called the police. I call the police about 8 times. And them telling me, so them coming, and I know them can't come.
They still haven't arrived?
No.
And what time was this that you were calling them?
I called them about 5:30 and about 8 o'clock. Them still, the last call I called them said them up the road. And I miscome. I said, no, the man, them is there, so them going, you know? Them said, no, when the man tell them, said them afraid to come to them, now come, cause them afraid of a gunshot.
Them afraid of gunshot?
Yeah.
The police told you that?
Yes, the police tell me that. The 119. 8 times I call them. But I know it's what's wrong because the man, them will come and throw the stone, tell them, say, don't let them call the police because them can't help me because they control police too. And it's the same thing at halfway tree. Every time these things happen.
Where is this happening, sir?
Malines Road. Off Malines Road.
Now, what is it about?
Well, the girl, Mr. Perkins, I tell you, I am politically free. And that is the problem. And I've called you and mentioned about your mother there and the Jezebel argument and that getting them upset and threatening me and going on with one thing. Anyway, this morning I called the commission office and tell them having a problem with halfway tree station on 119 and the gentleman sent me to a special man at halfway tree. So I would be going there. Okay?
So you went there?
No, I'm going there. No,
You're going to go there?
Yeah. But you know, it's a dirty politics, sir. The dirty politics. You can't talk. You can't do nothing at all. You know? Them control police, them control judge, them control the whole system. And you have to be bowing and bending under them. Because that is how them treat the whole of Jamaica.
Well, I find this, that the police should have told you that they can't come because they're afraid of them.
No, man, it's just a mistake, man. No, man.
Is that really true?
No, man, that is just a thing for chew me off. No, man. It's just something. Them just never want to come because it's me and it's a problem, you know? It's just that. Anyway, I just want to bring it today. And not only that, but this girl you ever pointed me out to, she's one of Jehovah's Witnesses.
The girl that pointed you out?
Yeah. Meddling our politics, we're no business with them. But, you know, this is where everybody going. You know, the politics is a beautiful thing, you know, and people afraid of them, so. Afraid of them, but you know, me not mingling it. The only thing them can do. As I said, that is not the worst thing can happen to you. Anyway, thank you for listening.
All right, sir.
Yeah.
I heard you. Extraordinary. We take a break.
Caribbean Limited, the prestigious manufacturers and distributors of high-quality household products. Products such as Super Bright Ceramic Cleaner, Super Fine Disinfectant, and Chlorite Bleach can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is
10:45. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Celebrate a new you. You could drop a jean size or two for summer. For the month of June only, for every 2 wraps purchased, you will get 1 free. Feel and look wonderful. Suddenly Slender Body Wraps. Get a butt, hip, thigh, and tummy makeover. No surgery. Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston. 920-1139 or 997-1909.
And now for today's weather brief. There is a surface to mid-level trough across the central Caribbean. Today will be cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms over most areas. In our 3-day outlook, on Wednesday and Thursday, look for cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. And on Friday, expect partly cloudy conditions with showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family.
nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Fine food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient, and quality service. Computerized prescription filling, over-the-counter medication, and compounding of dermatology preparation. A wide variety of cosmetics, gifts, herbals, and novelties. Three Angels Pharmacy, Shop 6 Caledonia Place Plaza, 11 Caledonia Road, Mandeville. Open 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. Telephone 962-5584 or fax in your prescription to 962-4912. We deliver in Mandeville at no additional cost. Three Angels Pharmacy, providing for the total you.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back on land. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Good morning, Mr. P. How are you doing?
Morning to you, sir. How are you?
Oh, not too bad.
Good.
Brilliant sunshine, but we're expecting more rains later on.
Well...
But at the moment it's beaming.
Well, you're not doing too badly if all you're expecting is rains.
Yes. Mr. Imminent, parents better look out if the children run afoul of the law. It's imminent that they'll be arrested. It is imminent that they'll be arrested. I'll give you another one quickly. I'll give you another one.
Yes.
One guess I'm going to give you. There's a man in charge of the government as of yesterday or a few days ago. It's not wrong, Jungle. Guess who is it?
A man in charge of the government.
The government.
A few days ago?
Yes, probably about Sunday or Monday was yesterday. And it's not wrong, Jungle. Guess is who?
And he was in charge of the government?
He's in charge of the government now as we speak.
Oh, you're talking about,
Dr. Whom.
Dr. Whom? Yes.
Dr. Whom.
You think he's in charge of the government?
Well, that's what they're telling us.
Oh?
Dr. Whom.
Oh, you mean now that, You mean now that, Mama P is gone off to Switzerland?
Dr. Whom is in the driving seat.
Boy, she certainly is enjoying herself.
Oh, yes.
Traveling the world.
ILO, addressing the ILO in Geneva.
Yes.
There's a man who comes on the radio regular and tell you that, and tell people after the Broadgate Bridge breakdown. He says he was on his way from Nairobi. And when he reached the London, the papers call him and tell him the bridge breakdown. I wonder which one of the papers told him that. Is it the Times, the Telegraph? Which one? The Daily Mail? The Guardian? Or what he was doing in Africa?
This was Pip Pip.
That was Pip Pip. You got it.
Yeah, man.
Nail on the head. What he was doing in Africa at whose expenses?
I don't know.
Probably he went to look for a new group in Nairobi in Kenya named the Mangiki. You hear about the Mangiki? It's a relic of the Mama. And they shot 30 of them last weekend.
Oh, is that so?
And a lady came on to tell the BBC, the Mangiki is not too bad. The policemen are worse than the Mangiki. They are putting our husband to lay down on the ground and shooting our husband and then raping us. They are raping us.
Yes.
And then we are in trouble. The Mangiki is better than the policemen down there.
Oh, God.
Now, I wonder if this man, when he went down there to Kenya, to
You
Nairobi,
know, sir, I suppose that everywhere in the world, you see,
yes,
police have powers,
yes,
right?
yes, sir,
And like other people who have powers,
yes,
they are susceptible to corruption because, as has been said, power tends to corrupt.
yes,
And absolute power corrupts absolutely.
absolutely,
And wherever power is being given out like this,
yes,
it must be very carefully supervised,
yes,
right?
yes, the Maasai then, the
And if a government,
yes,
you know, I don't know if you heard me reading from a statement by a Tanzanian judge
yes, I heard you,
yesterday,
I heard you,
where he says that that governments, or something to the effect, that governments are to be judged by their recognition of human rights and and upholding the recognition and upholding of human rights.
of course.
What does that tell you about government in Jamaica?
There's a lot to be desired. There's a lot to be desired because we're having a to-do now. As we speak, if it wasn't the British press who is telling us about the U-turn that our government and an arm of the government...
Oh, you've been watching the press conference?
I haven't been watching it. No, I haven't been watching it because I've been holding for you.
Oh, I see.
But the U-turn and the one they're saying that Dr. Peshaya should resign. What they're saying.
But look here, sir.
Yes,
We have been hearing recently
yes,
that pathologists should visit crime scenes.
of course.
Because by visiting crime scenes, they're able to make, they're able to, you know,
Yes,
by seeing the physical context
right.
within which whatever it is happened, it will help them
Yes,
to interpret the evidence that they're seeing in the bodies of the postmortem that they're doing this postmortem on,
yes,
right?
yes, sir.
Now, this applies to the police. The postmortem is only the results coming from the postmortem
Yes,
is information that the police can use in coming to a conclusion.
coming to a conclusion.
Right? But they don't use it independently. They use it in conjunction with other information that they get, whether from witnesses or from an examination of the crime scene.
Of course.
Now, I have been hearing recently on the news that the police are saying that Woolmer's body was found behind the door. Right?
Behind it.
In other words, it was blocking the door.
Of course.
Right?
Yes.
Now, is this consistent with somebody going into that room, strangling him, right? Leaving him dead, and taking the body, the dead body, blocking the door with it, and then how does he come out of the room?
I don't understand that. And how does they explain the bone in his neck?
Yes. The bone
pathologists say it's not broken.
Yes.
It was not broken.
It was cracked.
This one here says broken.
Oh, broken. It was chipped, no? Chipped
Yes.
or
Yes.
cracked or something.
Yes. How
Yes.
we arrive at that?
God alone knows.
We are in a predicament.
Yes, sir, but hold on a little bit now.
Yes.
Mr. Woolmer, you know,
Yes.
there are large numbers of people who die in Jamaica annually
Yes.
in very suspicious circumstances.
Of course.
Right?
Yes.
If we are to judge by what has happened in the Woolmer case, our investigative processes are most inadequate.
Totally inadequate.
Right?
You just don't got
Now,
to look at the Lynn's case.
Now this tells you
Yes.
the difficulty that must be had in terms of investigating the cases, all these cases. It's no wonder that it's such a small number of cases that are cleared up. And you know what cleared up means.
Of course.
Right? It doesn't mean solved.
No.
Right?
No.
Well, and there are some cases that have been cleared up, yes, in which persons have been accused and brought to court. Right? And in many of them, I suppose, pathological evidence is brought.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
Now, given the quality, what is happening in the Woolmer case, can we be sure? I hear the Director of Public Prosecutions calling for the restoration of capital punishment and the
public hanging?
And public hanging,
public
yes.
hanging?
Yes.
Look,
but look here, sir. How can you, with any confidence, hang people in Jamaica for murder? Given what we now know about our investigative process.
It has taken me a long time to come to it. That they haven't got the investigative tools, it's not being investigated properly, and now we're at a loss. It has taken 3 papers in London to cause them to be making this U-turn.
Yes. And you notice another thing.
Yes,
sir. Somewhere in the region of 1,500 people are murdered in Jamaica every year.
Every year.
So we are told.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Some of them may have died of heart failure.
True.
But
of course.
But there are some 4,000 cases in which we're waiting for. Well, inquests have not been held.
Not been held.
Right?
Yes.
The thing is left there in abeyance. And these bodies, I don't know whether they're piled up in mortuaries or what.
They are piled up in mortuaries,
right?
Sir.
Now, you notice the difference in the handling of Mr. Woolmer's case.
Yes.
Right?
They try to be as expedient because...
well, I mean,
Mr.
Woolmer was not...
The BBC had Rachel Harvey here.
Yes.
And Rachel is like a wasp.
Uh-huh.
She listens and she reports everything back to the Beebs. And this is what is triggering all that we are hearing today. Today, these correspondents, whether it's David Bamford from Kenya or East African correspondents, or it's Damien Grammaticus from Beijing, but they are like wasps. The BBC correspondent, and they get it to us very, very fast. That's why when you step out at 2:30, I'm on the beam like a wasp, because I get my facts from the beam. And I know, and I got friends who read the mail for me at 4 o'clock in the morning, the Daily Mail, the London Mail.
Yes.
And I know 3 papers carried it while we were having this U-turn. And we had other papers could have carried
Hold on just a moment for me.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns, and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, Shop number 9, Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center, and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is 11 o'clock.
Paul, you know how me always tell about the super value specials at Wendy's?
Yes,
well, now them have 4 different meals, see only $195 each.
Do they?
They have the double stack cheeseburger, the cheeseburger deluxe, the 5-piece chicken nuggets, and now the new crispy chicken sandwich, all served with a small fries and a 16-ounce soda. Each one of them scrumptious, and each only $195.
Good value.
And the best value in town. Wendy's, same high quality and variety at a low, low price.
The super value specials, $195 at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
May we see you at Wendy's?
Grease stains are some of the most difficult stains to remove. Introducing Ariel Oxyazole Max with anti-grease particles. This brand new formula transforms washing water into an anti-stain solution that penetrates deep into fabrics, helping to remove grease and much more. Try it today. Ariel Oxyazole Max gets rid of grease so you can get on with life. Ariel, washing made easy. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you.
Yes, Mr.
Look, sir, I'm going to have to ask you to excuse me.
yield.
Yes, I have online Mrs. Susan Goff.
Oh, fantastic.
And she was
lady.
at this press conference this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All the best to you. Okay, Mrs. Goff. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr.
What a way you've given up on me.
Well, Mr. Perkins, you know my numbers. You can always contact me. I
have made attempts. I have made attempts to do so. So how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
And you found the press conference exhilarating?
Well, Dr. Gomes and myself attended the press conference. We felt that there were a number of issues that were certainly relevant to the work that we have been doing.
Yes.
And we felt, that it would be useful for us to attend.
And what was your impression?
Well, I think certainly one of our greatest areas of concern is around the report of the pathologist and how this fits into the work of the forensic pathology department. And as you would know, JFJ has had concerns almost from the beginning of the organization.
Yes.
For the work of that department. And certainly some of those issues came up in the press conference today. For example, the outline was given of what occurred, which led to the police giving the public statement that this was now a murder investigation.
Yes.
And that this came from the written report that they had received from the pathologist, stating that the cause of death was manual asphyxiation due to manual strangulation. In the question and answer section, as you may have heard or may already have heard, came up that when DCP Shields and the JCF team questioned the pathologist this bone, the hyoid bone, which seems to have played a very crucial part in the determination of manual strangulation, because the pathologist, Dr. Shishaya, said that it was fractured. And when he was asked as to, where was this bone now, it was still in the body of Mr. Woolmer. That it had not been retrieved, and it was on the instruction of DCP Shields that the pathologist and the investigative team retrieved it from the body so that it could be x-rayed, and then it formed part of the documentation that was given to 3 other pathologists, one in the UK,
one in South Africa, and one in Canada for their review. And it was on the basis of those three reviews of the pathologist report and the forensic pathology evidence that the opinion was changed, that this now was a matter of natural death by natural causes.
So they came to the conclusion that the bone was not fractured.
The bone was not fractured, no.
What was there anything? I mean, that it was it cracked or something? Because we heard
that was not raised, but that no, this seemed to be on the review.
Well,
I
was wondering what the distinction was between being cracked and being fractured.
No, that did not come up. There was obviously the police were in a number of the responses saying that questions about the pathologist and the work of the pathologist, that the appropriate place to be asking those questions would really be of the Minister of National Security and the permanent secretary in that ministry.
What? They should ask those questions?
Pardon?
What? No, I didn't get that. I didn't understand that.
The Commissioner and Mr. Shields were saying that questions about the pathologist and the pathologist's work
I see.
should best be directed to the Minister of National Security and the permanent secretary.
Reasonably enough.
Yes. But one of the questions that I asked, was, given that there was this review available in this instance, it allowed for the error of the pathologist to be discovered.
Yes.
And to be part of the ongoing investigation. However, in so many of the cases of ordinary Jamaicans,
yes,
where postmortems are done, there is no such facility. There is no such review. And we must then ask, what is the respect and regard that is being paid for the ordinary Jamaicans?
Absolutely.
I mean, also, Mr. Perkins, Mr. Shields said that one of the crucial pieces of evidence that made it possible for the review to be done by the other three pathologists was very careful digital photography of the body prior to the postmortem and during the postmortem.
And is that done in ordinary cases?
No.
No.
And one of our concerns over the years, Mr. Perkins, has been that there are many instances in which no photographs are taken. None. And so one of the things that we need to be asking is, why is it that the government has known for many years of the substandard facilities at the forensic morgue, and what has been done to improve those conditions so that in cases of death of ordinary Jamaicans, we are able, in fact, to establish the true cause of death.
Yes.
And that courts are not only our police investigations based on the expert testimony and advice that has been given, but court cases are also conducted based on forensic evidence that is provided by
necessarily so.
And so that there may well be cases that have gone to court and people may well either have been convicted
or not convicted
acquitted based on what could well be flawed post-mortem evidence.
Absolutely.
And we have been saying for years that the post-mortems that are being conducted at the Spanish Town facility do not meet international standards and are not even to the standards of some of the post-mortems being conducted in other facilities.
Yes.
But why is it that we have been satisfied to leave things as they are all these years?
Yes. Well, because we don't really care we don't really care too much about, first of all, the people who are being murdered, and
Yes.
secondly, the people who end up being charged with the murder.
And I think that is perfectly true, Mr. Perkins. It shows an incredible lack of respect for the ordinary Jamaican.
Yes.
And that we have been prepared as a society to accept that. And although it has been brought repeatedly to the attention of the government, no changes have been made.
Yes.
I specifically asked the question at the press conference whether the recommendation of the JCF, given the important part that photographic record of the post-mortem played in determining ultimately the cause of death, whether it was the JCF recommendation that such a record should be taken of all post-mortems, and the commissioner said yes.
Yes.
So, is the government going to put in place the resources?
But they were very quick to send the Woolmer matter abroad to competent pathologists. When last have we had anything like that done in relation to any case here in Jamaica?
No, that is certainly one of the differences between the conduct of this investigation
Yes.
and of the investigation of death of the usual conduct of cases of investigation. I think, again, the importance of the review by other pathologists is a very important part of the investigation. And it raises again for us one of the questions that we have raised many times, one of the concerns that we have had, which has been the unwillingness of local pathologists to offer themselves as independent observers of postmortems.
Yes.
In cases where there have been questionable killings.
Well, I remember a couple of cases in which there's a lot of argument about that kind. And I seem to remember that there was a case in Spanish Town.
Yes.
I think it had to do with the Brayton case.
Yes.
In which the pathologists refused to have, they were very reluctant to have independent observers.
Yes.
Pathologists. And also to have photographs taken, no?
No, we have encountered this over the years, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
From the very first case we took on, which was the Michael Gale case.
Yes.
Where, in fact, it ended up that we were unable to get any local pathologist to observe that post-mortem. And, in fact, in the end, a pathologist came from Barbados.
Yes.
And because the then pathologist, the head of the pathology morgue out at Spanish Town, Dr. Clifford, was unwilling to have anyone observe a post-mortem that he was conducting. It ended up that post-mortem was in fact conducted.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Call the doctor, quick! Someone call the doctor!
Mommy, not do you. Only the windshield broke.
Then that me I say, call the doctor, Dr. Glass!
Call Dr. Glass for all your auto glass needs. Windshields, rear, door, vent, quarter glass for all make vehicles. 237 Marcus Garvey Drive at 3 miles.
And now in Catherine Hall, Montego Bay. Call 971-7853.
Thank God for Dr. Glass.
Call now, 1-888-Dr. Glass.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:16.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The double zinger is back. Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy double zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue double zinger. The double zinger sandwich. Ever take some heating? KFC, it's finger licking good.
If you want to set up the house with the best from top to floor, but when you open up in wallet and you look at the money in, sorry, you never have more. We give them a top, you come to it. We say the best hardware, you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maple, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Sorry, Gran.
We stop for gas and then you disappear for so long and left me in the car, boy.
Sorry, Gran.
What you been doing there? Did you go eat a sandwich?
No, Gran.
Were you reading magazines?
No, Gran.
Oh, you had one of those fancy mocha cafe latte coffee things?
No, Gran.
Well, what you did get, boy?
Aspirin.
Drive into an Esso now for everything you need. We know your passengers value the time spent with you as much as you enjoy the time spent with us. How do we know? We're drivers too.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yes.
Miss, look here, Mum. Mrs. Goff?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Hold on a little bit. Listen to this.
This is from the London Daily Mail. As you know, the Daily Mail has been covering this thing very closely. Bob Woolmer was not murdered. Police confirm. Former Pakistan cricket coach Bob Woolmer died of natural causes and was not murdered, as initially suspected. Jamaican police said this afternoon, bringing to an embarrassing close a 3-month investigation that had gripped the cricket world. Woolmer was found unconscious in his hotel room in Kingston on March 18, after his highly rated team lost to Little Fancied Island in the Cricket World Cup, triggering speculation he had been murdered by an irate fan or an illegal gambling syndicate. But reports from 3 independent pathologists and a toxicology test showed the 58-year-old former England international cricketer had died of natural causes.
All right, we can read the rest of it afterwards. You hear that? It's already in the London Daily Mail.
Yes,
with photographs.
And they have photographs of the press conference.
Yes.
No, well, I mean, Mr. Perkins, undoubtedly, the international media, and rightly so, has taken an interest in this case.
Yes.
And what has been shown up is, in fact, some of the problems that we in Jamaica have known about and been encountering for many years.
Yes.
And I still come back to the question that we need to be asking our government is, given that these things had been brought to their attention repeatedly, what actions have they taken to correct these problems over the years?
Well.
And I think we must press for answers. The Commissioner, in response to a question at the press conference, that he understands that the Minister of National Security is giving his budget presentation tomorrow, and that perhaps in that presentation, he will deal with the resources that are being committed to correcting some of the problems that exist.
He will probably tell you about a new crime plan.
Well, Mr. Perkins, if while talking about new crime plans, we could be fixing some of the concrete things that we know are wrong and would contribute to thorough investigations and the presentation of reliable forensic evidence.
But you know, Mrs. Goff,
yes, sir.
telling you about spending money is not telling you about curing a problem.
But we know
necessarily,
this, Mr. Perkins.
Right?
Yes.
And what this government has talked a lot about is expenditure. How much they're spending on this and on that and on the other. Right? But one of the problems is that they spend the money and nothing of any worth happens.
But, I mean, Mr. Perkins, when you look at what the cost would be of providing, for example, X-ray facilities at a morgue, or proper storage facilities,
yes,
or the requisite equipment, that is all one way of improving the situation. But the other way, which costs even less money, is to establish guidelines for the proper conducting of postmortems, the collection of evidence, and holding people accountable when they do not follow those guidelines.
Yes.
And this is part of where peer review and consultation is vital.
But look here, a lot of the fault for this great embarrassment must lie with the pathologist report, right? But on the other hand, we are now hearing that Mr. Woolmer's body was found behind the door, and the door had to be pushed against the body. I mean, the cleaner, who discovered the problem, apparently had to call people to help her to get into the room.
Yes, this is a report in the press. We didn't
then
have it.
How would that be consistent with him having been manually strangulated, left dead in the room, and what happened? The person who strangled him then took his body and used it to block the door, and then how did he get out of the room?
Well, I think you see, Mr. Shields, that at the press conference, one of the things that was stated was that all the evidence had to be taken into consideration.
Yes.
And given the fact that you had the pathologist giving his expert advice that this was manual strangulation,
yes,
that it still had to be followed up on, because to have ignored it without substantiation would have been to cut off one possible, one possible cause of death.
Yes, but then if somebody tells you something, Mrs. Goff,
yes,
you match that thing with what you already know, and if it matches, then you find it credible. If not, you have to reject it.
And I think that this was why the follow-up consultations with other pathologists was done.
Oh.
I would suspect that may have been part of what led to the consultation with other pathologists.
But I get the impression that the police went along with the pathologist's evidence, in spite of the fact that they had other information which was inconsistent with it.
I think that is one of the things that Mr. Shields said, was that given that this was the written report that they got from the pathologist, they had to take it into account.
Oh.
Renito
Adams is saying that Mr. Shields should resign.
Well, that was raised at the press conference, and I think Mr. Shields said for what reason, given that they had conducted a thorough investigation. My question about Mr. Adams calling for a resignation was that I thought that the commissioner had stated that at that point in time the force was not speaking on the investigation and would be holding a press conference. I wondered why Mr. Adams had permission or taken it upon himself.
Did he have permission?
I don't get that impression. The commissioner said that there was an internal matter that they would have to
going back to what Mr. Shields said.
Yes.
About sending the material, the police sent
Yes.
the material to other pathologists and so on. In that event, why didn't he keep an open mind on the matter? Why was he, if he was dissatisfied or, doubtful or whatever about the pathologist's report, why was he prepared to call a press conference and say that this man had been murdered?
I think you need to speak to Mr. Shields, but I would go back to the fact that the police, I don't think, are free simply to ignore.
I wasn't saying that they should ignore it. But if they had doubts about it, then why broadcast to the world that the man was murdered when they had doubts about the evidence on which that statement was based?
Yeah. Again, I think it was part of what happened with all the media attention and having had the report. The feeling was that they needed to give whatever information they had to the public.
Yes.
I don't know, Mr. Perkins. What I'm hoping is that can use the standards that have been set in this case to improve the standards that are available for the investigation of the ordinary Jamaican.
Yes.
And that, I think, is where our focus is going to be, to point out that in this instance it was possible to determine, because of the level of investigation, that the initial post-mortem finding was incorrect. But without that level of consultation and further investigation and review, how many Jamaicans have had to make do with what is, in fact, inadequate?
Absolutely. And what is happening here is that because of who Mr. Woolmer was, this thing has been taken to pathologists in Canada and England and South Africa, right? Those facilities are ordinarily not available.
Exactly.
Right? And, or if available, not used, right? And therefore, we have one of the highest murder rates in the world. And yet we have an investigative police process, police pathological whatever process, that is characterized by incompetence.
I think some of the questions that we need to
hold on just a moment for me, please.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about independent living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
And now for today's weather brief. There is a surface to mid-level trough across the central Caribbean. Today will be cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms over most areas. In our 3-day outlook, on Wednesday and Thursday, look for cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. And on Friday, expect partly cloudy conditions with showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of pride mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Think comfort. Think Carrier, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning. More homes, hotels, and businesses use Carrier air conditioners because they have a proven record for the coolest, most reliable, and energy-efficient units on the market. All teamed with great service and affordable prices. Call CAC 2000 Limited, 1-888-991-5921, and refresh yourself. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake, and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut, and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory, and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mrs. Goff.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Look here. I would like to bring something to your attention.
Yes, sir.
The words of Mr. Justice Luga Kingira. You ever heard of him?
I think I heard you mention him on your program yesterday.
Oh, so you heard what I read
But
of.
it bears repeating, Mr. Perkins.
It does. Listen to this, Mrs. Goff. Where am I to start now? Hold on. What the devil have I? Oh yes, here we are. In our times, one method of judging the character of a government is to look at the extent to which it recognizes and protects human rights. The raison d'etre for any government is its ability to secure the welfare of the governed. Its claim to allegiance of the governed to be in terms of what that allegiance is to serve. Allegiance has to be correlative with rights. Modern constitutions, like our own, have enacted fundamental rights in their provisions. This does not mean that the rights are thereby created. Rather, it is evidence of their recognition and the intention that they should be enforceable in a court of law. Mm-hmm. It can therefore be argued that the very decision to translate fundamental rights into an act, into a written code, is by itself a restraint upon the powers of Parliament to act arbitrarily. As aptly observed by Chief Justice Naseem Hassan Shah, the mutual, in the Muhammad, whatever case he mentions, fundamental rights, in essence, are restraints on the arbitrary exercise of power by the state in relation to any activity that an individual can engage. Although constitutional guarantees are often couched in permissive terminology, in essence, they impose limitations on the power of the state to restrict such activities. Moreover, fundamental rights of individuals, which presently stand formally incorporated in the modern constitution, constitutional documents, derive their lineage from and are traceable to the ancient natural law. Well, hold on. There's a part of it that I have missed out. I don't know. But isn't it interesting? Have you heard anything like that coming out of the mouth of a Jamaican judge?
I can't claim to have read a lot of judgments, Mr. Perkins, but I have to say that tenor of statement and position is not, I would say, a common one in that has been commonly expressed. Yeah. And I think that it is very important that we keep coming back to what is the reason for government. What is the reason for the existence of the state?
Yes.
And that at the center of that is, as you have said, the protection of the rights of the individual citizen.
Yes.
And
what he's saying is that he goes on to say at some point in the judgment that these rights, these fundamental rights, are not given by the state.
Absolutely not.
They inhere in the persons of the citizens of the state.
Absolutely.
And they predate the state itself.
And I think that is absolutely important.
Yes.
In an understanding of fundamental human rights.
Yes.
That these are not granted to us as a favor by the government,
yes.
by the state. They exist in us because we are born.
And separately from the state.
Absolutely.
And the state has come about in order to support and defend these rights.
And one of the interesting things to note is how often it happens, and it's not only in Jamaica, that where there are persons in a society who point out to the state that it is not carrying out this function, that it is in fact not protecting the rights of the citizens, and that it itself has become an abuser of the rights of the citizens,
yes.
that such statements are often met with hostility.
Yes, indeed.
Instead of a recognition that this is where corrective action must take place.
And Mrs. Goff, we have been talking in this country, and we have spent money bringing Canadian experts here and so on, about the need to reform the justice system.
Yes.
The reformation of the justice system makes no sense without first of all, a recognition of these issues that this judge is talking about. Absolutely. Of the inherent right of the people that must be defended by the state, and that the justice system exists for the primary purpose of defending the fundamental rights of that little boy that is sitting down, yes. or young man sitting down on some street corner in some ghetto area. Right? Ill-clothed and uneducated. Right? Unemployable according to the Minister of Finance. And he would say irredeemable. That young man has rights that the state exists to defend, and that the purpose of having a justice system is to effect the defense of those rights.
And I think that also must underlie any discussion on the allocation of resources.
Yes.
And I think that far too often what we have is the expenditure of money on things that are, in fact, unimportant.
Yes.
When they are put side by side with the fact that we are not doing what is necessary to protect those rights.
Absolutely.
And I feel, Mr. Perkins, that it is something that we need to understand across the society, and that where it is possible for such large differences to exist between the protection of the rights of some in the society as against those of others, then we know that we have a lot of work to do.
Yes.
And are we, as a country, are we all prepared to take the stands that are necessary? I come back to the lessons that there are to learn from the Woolmer case, and the use that can, in fact, be made of what has happened in this situation to improve the situation for every Jamaican. I would welcome your, for example, having a member of the Clinical Pathologists Association on your program to explain why they have maintained over the years a hands-off attitude and unwillingness to provide services for the ordinary Jamaican who needs someone to oversee a post-mortem on their behalf.
Yes.
Things could have been so different, Mr. Perkins, if there had been that willingness to get involved, to develop the kind of guidelines.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:46.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
The most convenient way to fill prescriptions and shop at the same time is at the Clock Tower Pharmacy, Gift Center and Toy Zone, centrally located in Halfway Tree. Telephone 929-6366. Open 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. weekdays and also opened on Sundays and public holidays.
And now for today's weather brief. There is a surface to mid-level trough across the central Caribbean. Today will be cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms over most areas. In our 3-day outlook, on Wednesday and Thursday, look for cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. And on Friday, expect partly cloudy conditions with showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
Did you know that Jamaica's leading distributor of ball and roller bearings is in fact Bearings and Accessories Limited, located at 83 Harbour Street? They stock the widest range of bearings and other industrial products, such as oil seals, mechanical packing, conveyor belting, V-belts, pulleys, chains and sprockets, and more. Bearings and Accessories Limited has been in business since 1959 and is the sole representative in Jamaica of such choice preferred brand name manufacturers such as SKF, Timken, Torrington, Cooper and Seal Master Bearings, Dupree Conveyor Belting, and Sepco Sealing Products. Bearings and Accessories is now stocking and proud to offer high-quality Timken greases for both auto and industrial type bearings. Visit them at 83 Harbour Street, Kingston, with available parking, or call 922-1950 or 922-5901.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much, Mom. We're back with you.
Yes. So I was saying, Mr. Perkins, if you were able to get someone to come and speak with you about the position taken by the local pathologist.
Yes.
I just think of how different the situation might have been if our local pathologists had been willing 8 years ago to get involved in making recommendations and assisting in the process of transforming that facility.
Yes.
We've been saying for many years that forensic pathology department should not be the Ministry of National Security.
Absolutely.
There is a problem of conflict of interest there. And I heard Mr. Bert Samuel speaking about the fact that as a defense attorney, he has found that the government pathologists seem to feel that they work for the state, that they work for the prosecution, and withhold information from him. But, Mr. Perkins, it also goes back to our willingness as a people to demand that our resources are spent and accounted for. I note that the Contractor General's report is out. I saw recently, was it the Auditor General's report? But again, are we insisting that we get an accounting of the resources which are supposed to be going for to the preservation of the rights of our citizens? But it seems that we are prepared to have this money being spent in all manner of ways and on all manner of things that are in fact totally unessential for the protection of the rights of our people.
I agree. Fundamental rights are not gifts of the state.
They are not.
They inhere in a person by reason of his birth.
Yes.
And are therefore prior to the state and the law.
Absolutely. And let us also
the wonderful words of that Tanzanian judge.
And let us also recognize, Mr. Perkins, that every single dollar that goes into the coffers of the government is intended to be spent for the good of the Jamaican people.
Well,
the state has
everything that government does is about securing the good of the Jamaican people. There is no other basis for any governmental action.
Absolutely. The state in and of itself has no reason for existence.
Apart from serving the interests of the people.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins.
All the best to you.
Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
Giving you some more people. Not too bad. Remember, say you're going to be surprised by the election. All right, you're going to be surprised that Harry Douglas going to win in St. Mary.
Harry Douglas win in St. Mary?
Arthur Williams for the JLP, St. Catherine. That's a surprise, but it's on. It's going to happen. Let me be the first to congratulate him.
Okay.
I think it's the first time he's going to win. Harry Douglas, definitely. I tell you about Montague already. He's going to win.
Yes.
Andrew Holness, JLP in town, going to win.
Yes.
Dr. Ball gone clear. Karen Spencer, PNP, I'll give him the edge. Witter, St. Elizabeth, the Labour, right? He's going to be a sitter in the House. Remember, I tell you, you're going to get surprises, you know. Because the fees Arthur Williams can't win him. Gone. I think Mr. Fagan, PNP, have to bow to him. But Witter and St. Elizabeth going to win. By about 700 votes. Some of them are close.
Yes.
Karen Spencer, PNP, just getting home. Dr. Ball, clear. Audley Shaw, clear. Right? Mr. Paulwell's seat now is up in arms. Anybody can get it. But remember your friend Harry Douglas coming home. That's the strongest seat in St. Mary for the PNP. Personally, I think that's the only seat PNP will get in St. Mary. And this dilly-dally with the sure seat they have in St. Anne. People's National Party have to look up because you can't force people and the people down there. They say, they don't want the people. So what will happen if half of them stay home and do not vote?
I see.
Mr. JLP might just run away. What is wrong with these people?
Well, I don't know, Mom.
What is wrong with them? Anyway, I tell you already, whoever win, you know, the Jamaica has to be restructured. We have to get serious. You know that, sir?
I agree with that.
Have to get serious. Because this is foolishness. And this thing with Jamaica Public Service to do that, they don't tell you already that the light been going up, and that's going to be a super duper demonstration. You know what I heard too? When I'm predicting and telling, one woman said to me the other day, may I tell people to demonstrate? I don't tell people to demonstrate. I just tell whatever I pick up, right?
Yes.
Well, that is it. They have to understand. So, Arthur Williams, very happy about him. He's a decent young man. He's coming through. And Witter, St. Elizabeth for the JLP.
Yes.
They don't believe it, but he's going to get through. Dr. Boy is safe. The seat up that Mr. Dabdu had left up there by Guysill is a part of it. That woman is working hard, the PNP. She may get the nudge. She may get the edge. But a lot of seats are in trouble. So I know you don't feel Harry Douglas can come through, but he's going to win.
I see.
You didn't expect that?
No, I didn't.
There's an onslaught against St. Mary, by the JLP.
I see.
But he's a stronger one. Might get home. But it's difficult, you know?
I follow you.
Yes. All right. So
okay, Mom.
Take care.
Thank you very much.
You're
all
welcome.
The best to you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes?
Mr. Perkins?
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. I just called to say hello because a lot of your friends said that I don't call you. So you guys who said that I don't call Mr. Perkins, here am I, Mr. Perkins, them guys said that you don't call him. But I have a little thing here, Mr. Perkins. Is trying on a source for street people. We're still balling for some help from the community and the people who cares about people, because those people is only because of the grace of God. Is not any one of us. And they are now unfortunate, but we are the fortunate one. We have to care for them. We're still begging the plea, we still having a plea out. If anybody wants to assist us by making a contribution towards the center, the number is 864 24010. And anything they put in the account, we will be grateful because we won't have to do so much begging when a man is.
What is this? The Clarendon Association?
Association for street people.
For what?
For street people.
Street people.
Yes, and the other thing again, sir, because I know that the whole of the taxi man them listen you. Because when I drive with them, they say that I don't call you.
What is that?
No. They are saying, some of them said that they have agony in the town. Some said they have it clear. But they must have it mixed way because I want them, somebody called me and said that I am the person who advocate for the agony. And one said I advocate for the clearing. But it's not my wish that. My wish was from giving 3 to Old Courthouse for 9 years and 9 months ago. And it's still maintained 9 years and 9 months ago. Only at this time, since it stays so long, that they bring it from the traffic light up to the Old Courthouse. And that is the clear way will satisfy everybody. And if everybody vex, everybody will vex, but it will be the best.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we have time for another? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins. I'm employed to the Jamaica Fire Brigade.
Yes.
And under the MOU was signed in 2006, stating that if persons were acting in clear vacancies for more than 6 months.
They were what?
If they were acting in clear vacancies for more than 6 months.
Yes.
They should be evaluated and appointed to the position.
Yes.
Almost a year has passed since the MOU was signed.
Yes.
And in April of this year, a letter was sent out appointing members to the position effective May 31st, 2006.
Yes.
A letter was sent yesterday from the brigade informing persons that they'll be doing an examination for the position that they were appointed to. And they'll be taken from their various stations of training.
But I thought that should have preceded the appointment.
Well, no exam was done last year.
But then they're appointed. So how can they be?
Yes, an order was sent out.
Yes. Anyway, look here. I'm sorry. Perhaps we could continue this after the news, eh?
Okay.
Okay, we'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
New Dimension Dental Care at 57 Hope Road provides modern dental care with spacious and secure parking at the former location at New Line Motors. That's New Dimension Dental Care. Telephone 978-7480. The time by New Dimension Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by True Juice. Premium quality juices. Be natural.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Police High Command has finally confirmed that Pakistan coach Bob Woolmer was not murdered. At a press conference a short while ago, Police Commissioner Lucius Thomas said investigators have now accepted that Mr. Woolmer was not strangled as was originally reported. Damian Mitchell reports.
Commissioner Thomas says the police came to the conclusion that Mr. Woolmer was not murdered following the recommendations from 3 senior international pathologists. one from Canada, one from the United Kingdom, and the other from South Africa. They studied the results of a post-mortem conducted locally by government pathologist Dr. Ayers Ashaya. According to Commissioner Thomas, the package sent to the 3 pathologists included digital photographs of the autopsy. He says the pathologists also saw the results of toxicology tests, which ruled out poisoning. The commissioner also said investigations ruled out that Mr. Woolmer's death may have been linked to match fixing.
We can state after this thorough investigation that neither the ICC nor the JCF have found any evidence at all of any impropriety by players, match officials, or management during the investigation of Mr. Bob Woolmer's death.
Commissioner Thomas says while the police have accepted that Mr. Woolmer was not murdered, Coroner Patrick Murphy must now determine the cause of death.
The JCF has provided him with a comprehensive investigation to assist him in his deliberations. We have always stated that the JCF would conduct a thorough and far-reaching investigation to seek the truth.
Damian Mitchell for the Gleaner Power 106 News.
And Commissioner Thomas was unable to say whether any action would be taken against Dr. Ashaya because of his controversial findings. However, he says the police would be reviewing the investigations with a view to determining whether they made errors in the probe. Meanwhile, Deputy Police Commissioner Mark Shields, who led the Woolmer investigation, said the police are not to be blamed for the mix-up.
We have to go with what we have. We're given a professional opinion, and to avoid that opinion or to dismiss it at an early stage, frankly, would have been suicide as far as we're concerned. There were circumstances within that room which suggested that Ashaya may have been right, but on the other hand, he may have been wrong. But it was through the course of the investigation that we took that view to go elsewhere at an early stage. What would have been wrong is if we just stuck with what we had and not sought help and advice from others elsewhere, which is something that we said we would do from the outset.
Deputy Police Commissioner Mark Shields. And for a look back at the almost 3-month-long Woolmer investigation, here's Edmund Campbell.
Sunday, March 18, the cricketing world got the shocking news.
Bob Woolmer, coach of the Pakistan cricket team, was pronounced dead after being rushed to the hospital.
The Pakistan cricket coach was found unconscious in room 374 at the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel about 10:45 by a chambermaid who alerted other Pakistanis at the hotel.
When I reached his room, he was lying all laid out on the floor with his mouth wide open. There was blood in the bathroom, and there was vomit all over the wall, and there was signs of diarrhea.
Mr. Woolmer had retired to his room at 7 the previous night after his team exited the World Cup in a shock defeat to the Irish team. That same night, he reportedly told his wife that he was devastated by the loss. 2 days after government pathologist Dr. Ayers Ashaya completed aspects of his post-mortem. About 5:30 in the afternoon on March 20, lead investigator Deputy Commissioner Mark Shields said the post-mortem was inconclusive. But by 9:30 that same day, DCP Shields had a different story.
Having met with the pathologist, other medical personnel and investigators, there is now sufficient information to continue a full investigation surrounding the death of Mr. Woolmer, which we are now treating as suspicious.
On March 22, the Gleaner reported that Mr. Woolmer was strangled. And on the same day, the police high command confirmed.
The matter of Mr. Woolmer's death is now being treated by the Jamaica police as a case of murder.
A coroner's inquest that was subsequently announced was called off when the police reported that there was new evidence in the case, which would be compromised if an inquest were to be held. But with today's confirmation that Mr. Woolmer in fact died of natural causes, the Jamaica Constabulary is now seeking to defend its integrity. Edmund Campbell reporting for the Gleaner Power 106 News.
You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. It's 5 minutes after 12. The United States government has ranked Jamaica among countries that are doing fairly well at fighting human trafficking. Jamaica has been promoted to a Tier 2 ranking in the latest U.S. Trafficking in Persons report, which was released this morning. The country's position in the 2007 report is an improvement on the Tier 2 watch list ranking last year. More from Sheila Morgan.
In its latest report, the U.S. Department of State acknowledged that over the last year, the government implemented comprehensive anti-trafficking legislation and intensified law enforcement and prevention efforts to combat the problem. In addition, it says over the next year, the government should increase efforts to identify and investigate acts of human trafficking, convict and punish perpetrators, and improve services for victims of trafficking. The report further notes that the government initiated 6 trafficking prosecutions and also conducted high-profile raids on hotels and 37 suspected sites of sex trafficking, where 9 victims were found. The report has also cited the government's comprehensive study of human trafficking, the widespread anti-trafficking training of police, prosecutors and immigration officers, and the establishment of a police airport interdiction task force. Despite the measures, however, the report says the government's efforts to combat trafficking remained limited during the period. It cites instances in which child trafficking victims were referred to government-run shelters, but notes that there are no shelters serving adults. It, however, acknowledges that the government provides medical, psychological, and legal services for all trafficking victims and occasionally places adult victims in hotels or other temporary facilities. Political officer at the U.S. Embassy in Kingston, Rebecca Frericks, told the Gleaner Power 106 News that Jamaica's Tier 2 status means the country has made significant progress in its compliance.
The government of Jamaica and the people of Jamaica fully understand the horrors of human trafficking, and they're completely revamping how they look at this. So moving up to another tier is completely possible. What the trafficking office wants to look at is how the new law, because it is brand new, and they want to watch how the government of Jamaica goes about utilizing this law to end trafficking.
Political officer at the U.S. Embassy in Kingston, Rebecca Frericks. Celia Morgan for the Gleaner Power 106 News.
Meanwhile, the National Anti-Trafficking in Persons Task Force has welcomed the country's latest ranking in the U.S. trafficking report. The task force says it will continue to implement all the measures necessary within the limits of its resources to bring about further improvement to fight human trafficking. Jamaica is one of 3 countries in CARICOM to have anti-human trafficking legislation in place. The others are Guyana and Belize. The Denham Town Police are yet to determine the cause of the shooting death of a 30-year-old man on Princess Street in Kingston last night. Craig Reed, otherwise called Iceman of Upper Oxford Street in Hannahtown, was reportedly shot dead by unknown assailants. The Constabulary Communication Network reports that about 7 o'clock, Reed was on Princess Street when a gold-colored Corolla motor car drove up. 2 gunmen got out of the vehicle and allegedly opened fire, hitting him. He was later pronounced dead at hospital. In the region now, the St. Lucia government says it will not be investing any funds into the regional airline Liat, but will instead look at alternatives to promote intra-regional travel. Tourism Minister Alan Chastenay says the decision has been taken at a recent cabinet meeting following a call by shareholder governments for other regional countries to invest in the financially plagued carrier. Grenada Attorney General Elvin Nimrod says the government will be seeking to ensure that former Deputy Prime Minister Bernard Cord and others convicted of murdering Prime Minister Maurice Bishop in 1983 remain in prison. Addressing a political meeting in Carrico over the weekend, Mr. Nimrod said the Keith Mitchell administration had spent millions of dollars to protect the country. Prominent Trinidadian attorney-at-law Keith Scotland will be among a dozen lawyers expected to speak on behalf of Cord and the 12 other accused prisoners. They will be resentenced for murdering Prime Minister Bishop and several of his cabinet colleagues during a palace coup in 1983. 3 of the accused from the group originally known as the Grenada 17 were released last December. Finally, more than 600 striking public health workers in South Africa have been sent letters of dismissal. The Public Services Minister, Geraldine Fraser-Molekiti, told the BBC that the recognition of the right to strike does not cover essential service workers. The unions, which called the strike 12 days ago, have refused the government's revised offer of a 7.25% pay raise. Workers who had wanted a 12% increase say they will not go below 10%. The strike has closed most of the country's schools and hospitals, and more unions are due to join the industrial action tomorrow unless a deal is reached. And those were the stories making Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Midday Sports Report is next.
Midday News was brought to you by True Juice. Premium quality juices. Be natural.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The West Indies Cricket Board, WICB, and the regional selectors are close to ending the current problems concerning the selection of the captain for the one-day internationals against England. Chief Executive Officer of the WICB, Bruce Ananson, says a decision on the captaincy will be announced this evening. Ananson says the WICB and the selectors were involved in a series of meetings concerning the selection process. The selectors have threatened to resign following the decision of the WICB to overturn a recommendation for Chris Gayle to stand in as captain for the one-day international series against England. There was also another problem between the selectors and the board over the 8-team squad for the tour of Zimbabwe. The selectors picked Ryan Hines as vice-captain to Sylvester Joseph. However, the WICB prefers Narsingh Deonarine. The 23rd Biennial Convention of the West Indies Cricket Umpires Association will be held in Guyana from June 16 to 23. President of the Jamaica Cricket Umpires Association, Norman Malcolm, Vivian Johnson, Maurice Chung, and DeWitt Coleman will represent Jamaica. The team will leave on Friday, 2 days before the convention begins. Director Chetram Singh, President of the Guyana Cricket Board, will represent the West Indies Cricket Board. Kent Director of Cricket Graham Ford has rejected the role of India coach in order to stay with the English county. Ford was offered the job on Saturday after a meeting with the India board. The Jamaica Boxing Board of Control, JBBC, is yet to make a decision on the number of boxers to represent the country at the Caribbean Amateur Boxing Association Games in St. Martin from June 22 to 30. General Secretary of the JBBC, Leroy Brown, says a decision will be taken at the last minute as a result of financial difficulties. Jamaica has failed to send a full team to CABA since 2001 because of the inability of the board to secure funds. Brown further says it is unlikely that there will be full participation at the games this time around. Football now. The Caribbean Football Union and telecommunications provider Digicel Group have signed a 4-year deal to extend their association in staging the region's premier football tournament through to 2011. No financial details were revealed during the event's launch, which took place in Manhattan, New York on Friday. Prize money in last year's championship amounted to $270,000, with champions Haiti taking the lion's share of $120,000. Trinidad and Tobago got $70,000 for being runners-up. Hillel Academy won the recently concluded Nestle Shield at the Nestle Ice Cream Prep and Primary Swim Championship, scoring a massive 496 points. Mona Prep finished second with 254 points, while Woolmer's Prep ended up third with 252. Immaculate Prep was voted champion girls team and Hillel Academy the champion boys team. Nagohead Primary was crowned the primary school champion. And finally, in tennis, former champion Vase 1 blanked host St. Thomas More 5-0 in a rescheduled game yesterday in the Oliver's Decorating Prep School Table Tennis League. The victory moves Vase 1 to second place in the standings with 19 points, while St. Thomas More holds down third place with 12 points. Portmore Missionary lead the standings on 21 points. The competition continues this afternoon at 2:30 with the last set of games. Portmore Missionary will host Vase 1 in a top-of-the-table clash, while Holy Childhood will entertain St. Thomas More. The top two teams will contest Thursday's final at the UTEC Auditorium. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Stay tuned now for a word on the weather.
Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carvy's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carvy's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
Time now for your midday weather report on Power 106. The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a surface trough across the Central Caribbean and a tropical wave passing south of Jamaica. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect cloudy skies with scattered showers and thunderstorms. Tonight should also be cloudy with isolated thunderstorms. For the rest of the week, look for partly cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms, mainly during the afternoons. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carvy's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carvy's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a recap of the main stories. Police confirm that Pakistan coach Bob Woolmer was not murdered.
The Jamaica Constabulary Force has now closed its investigation into the death of Mr. Bob Woolmer.
U.S. Department of State improves Jamaica's status on human trafficking to Tier 2 in its latest report released this morning. From the region, St. Lucia government says it will not be investing any funds into the regional airline Liat, but will instead look at alternatives to promote intra-regional travel. And on the international scene, more than 600 striking public health workers in South Africa have been sent letters of dismissal. And that's midday news, sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
Shopping can't be fun. Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-546-5106. Courtesy courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online, live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Well, I take it that you heard the news about the press conference this morning. The police are withdrawing their original position or contention that Mr. Woolmer was murdered, and are now saying that he died of natural causes. Okay? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon to you.
How are you, sir? Good day.
A good day to you.
Yes, I'm calling from Northwest St. Anne, please.
Northwest St. Anne?
Yes, sir. First time on the program.
Uh-huh.
Yes, well, I'm calling in the behalf of one Mr. Neil Lawrence. We are living into a community here that we didn't have a MP. So he's a young man, and he's trying his best to come up with something. So I just call you to allow you to know that we would like all people to know that they have to try to help him up because he's very young and he's trying to build up the community. So
who is this person?
Pardon?
Who is this person?
Who is this person?
Yes.
Calling from St. Anne?
Yes.
Well, I'm an elderly person calling from Northwest St. Anne.
Yes, but you say that somebody is
Yes, Mr. Neil Lawrence. He is a caretaker on the in the community of Northwest St. Anne, working as a caretaker.
Yes, sir, but we are not in the business on this program
Hello?
of soliciting contributions to
Yes,
to
but I'm just calling in the behalf of Neil Lawrence.
Yes.
Hello?
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you, Mum.
I would like to speak to Mr. Perkins.
I am Perkins, Mum.
Morning, Mr. Perkins.
Morning, Mum. Oh, good afternoon to you.
First, I talk to you and you don't know me and I don't hear you.
Uh-huh.
There's a fight against Mr. Golding, you know.
There's a what?
Fight
Uh-huh.
against Mr. Golding.
Uh-huh.
But I'm praying, and the fight comes from the head one who left the back.
Yes, Mum, but Mr. Golding is involved in politics. He is leader of the opposition.
Yes.
There's a party in government, and they're both fighting each other, I suppose, you might say, over the question of who is to govern the country for the next 5 years.
Well, I want him to govern the country.
In that event, vote for him, Mum.
Yes, of course.
But other people, I suppose, will think otherwise and will vote otherwise.
Eh?
I say other people will think otherwise and will
I
vote
will.
otherwise.
If it's even me one, I'm two picking them.
Eh?
If it's me one, I'm two picking them.
Uh-huh.
No one else.
Yes.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye to you, Mum. Okay. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I'm having a problem with RGD. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I applied for a birth certificate from the 8th of November, which was last year.
Yes, sir.
And it was a 6-week service.
A what?
And from that time until now, I can't get it.
Uh-huh.
And then again, I went back and I applied for a marriage the 31st of May, and I paid for 7 days.
Uh-huh.
And I can't get through, sir.
Uh-huh.
So I would like you to help me on this one, sir.
Look, sir. This problem is beyond me, right?
Yes.
There are too many people who are having this problem. I cannot help any significant proportion of them, right?
Yeah.
We have to do something about this problem of the RGD and of other government departments, right?
Now, what happened, I paid for 6 weeks in the 8th of November.
Uh-huh.
And until now, I can't get through.
Yes.
They are telling me that what I should do is pay for express.
Pay for express?
I called yesterday and they say I should pay for express.
Mm.
And it is almost 8 months now.
You paid for what? How many days?
6-week service.
6-week service.
I should pick it up the first week of January.
Mm.
And up to now, I can't get through. They keep on telling me to call back.
You know what I'd do if I were you?
Uh-huh.
Talk to the public defender.
The public defender?
Yes.
So,
with a view to putting in place an action against the RGD.
Okay, sir.
All right?
Okay, then. Thank you very
Sue
much.
them. You paid them for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And you can't get the service. And they're telling you foolishness about paying emergency. Paying what?
Uh-huh. Yes, I will do that.
Uh-huh. Do that.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, hello? Hello.
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Good afternoon to you, sir.
How are you doing, sir?
Not too bad, thank you.
Did you have a chance to listen to the tape of the interview on Bob Woolmer's case there?
You mean what was on the news?
Yes. Well, I was wondering if you had a tape in studio where you could at least get a listen to the question and answer session.
To the press conference?
Yes.
Well, there is, in fact. We're able to, but I wasn't. We're able to in the sense that the equipment is there, but.
Oh, but you didn't get a
But I was doing a program, so I couldn't. I didn't have the time, the free time to listen to that.
Yes. What I find to be interesting is this, is the fact that when a question was asked of the team about Mr. Adams'
yes.
interview there on television,
yes.
and some of the things that he said,
yes.
they declined to give any comment on Mr. Adams,
yes.
saying that they have an internal system. I would imagine that what they are saying, that they have certain professional responsibilities to their members.
Well,
and that they would not discuss it on air.
Well, I would have said
that would be dealt with internally. But listen, but what I find interesting is that when Mr.
Hold on just a moment
yes.
for me.
My mother said, he will pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's poor patchy is
12:30.
This is a message from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health center by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The program of advancement through health and education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish.
A-B-C-D-E-F-G. Education's important to me.
From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotia Bank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today.
A-B-C-D-E-F-G. Education's important to me. From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotia Bank has the plan for me. Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today.
No matter what you drive, Esso's fuel system energy has the right mix of additives to improve performance. These additives guarantee a cleaner operation, which means a cleaner environment. At Esso, we understand your car's needs, your needs, and the needs of the environment. You're going to love driving a whole lot more than ever. How do we know? At Esso, we're drivers too.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and U.K. landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I was saying that although the commissioner's professional responsibility caused him to decline to make any comment on, according to him, publicly, and said that they had an internal system of communication.
Look, I cannot fault the commissioner for that.
No, but listen
right?
to me, sir. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. And tell me what you make of it.
Uh-huh.
When he said that, he went on to say to them, but you read yesterday's Gleaner, though. All right?
Uh-huh.
Referring naturally to Mr. Mark Shields.
Uh-huh.
Public comment and public response.
Oh, he said that?
Yes, he said that.
Mm-hmm.
And public response to Mr. Adams.
Uh-huh.
And nobody had the good sense to say to him, then if there is this internal system of communication which prevents you from making any kind of comment in this interview, why didn't Mr. Mark Shields follow that principle?
Mm-hmm.
Why the report we have in the Gleaner?
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Nobody had the sense to ask him that question. Because if there is this, and I understand quite well as a professional myself, as a teacher,
mm-hmm.
I understand quite well what he was saying.
Mm-hmm.
But then, that same principle and that same method of communication should have prevented Mr. Mark Shields from making the kind of response if what we have in the Gleaner is true, and he didn't refute it,
mm-hmm.
because the commissioner referred to it.
Mm-hmm.
All right? He should have done the same thing, but that was not done.
Well, I think it would have been better had Mr. Shields not gone down into the gutter, so to speak, with Mr. Adams, right?
Yes.
It was Mr. Adams initiated it. I don't think that as a senior police officer, he should have elected to deal with the matter in that way.
Yes, but I am saying
and,
that.
All right.
Yeah.
But
nobody said to him, you cannot. I would have said to the commissioner, you cannot answer my question publicly. Yet, one of your senior men did just that in response to Mr. Adams' utterances.
I'm afraid, sir, that had I been the commissioner,
yes,
my response to that would be, I am sorry, but my position remains unaltered. Right? I will not speak publicly about either of those matters.
Yes.
This is a matter to be dealt with internally.
Yes. Yes, but and also well, even you yourself, Mr. Perkins, yesterday on air, you were quite amused. You seemed particularly amused. You didn't seem at Mr. Mark Shields. I heard you talking to somebody on air.
Yes.
And in effect, what yourself and the person was saying, that you were saying, I wouldn't want to say that you were gloating over the response Shields gave, but you were saying in effect that since Mr. Adams knows that he lives in glass houses, he should not throw stones.
I don't think I used any.
No, you didn't use that expression. I am just putting in my own words. What I felt yourself and the individual were saying.
Well, you know, sir,
that he attracted.
I'm not sure
that kind of response.
I'm not sure that I would not go as far as to say that, you know, although I think it would have been better for Mr. Shields not to have gone there.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And to have sought to have the matter dealt with internally.
Yes.
It nonetheless is true.
Yes.
That what he said is something that has long needed to be said.
Yes. Yes.
Right?
Yeah. What I also want.
When you look back.
Yes.
When you look back at some of the things in which Mr. Adams has been involved.
Yes.
I don't think it assists the reputation of the police force.
Yes.
That he remains a member of that force.
Yes. Well, if you want to get my own opinion, is that I think I would want to say that I myself do not think that Mr. Adams is in a position to be sitting on a judgment seat on Mr. Mark Shields, where Mr. Mark Shields is concerned, because as you rightly pointed out, you know, he himself should have taken his own medicine. The medicine he's recommending for Mr. Mark Shields, or the advice he's giving, he himself should have taken that same advice.
Well, what Mr. Mark Shields did,
yes,
is nothing to compare with what Mr. Adams has been accused of doing.
Why do you say that?
I beg your pardon?
Why do you say that?
You mean that you think that what Mr. Shields did is on the same footing as what happened at Tivoli?
No.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. I was just asking for clarification. You're right. That is even more the reason why what he said on here, I found it amusing.
Well,
you know?
the point that needs to be made,
yes,
or the question that needs to be asked,
yes,
is why is it that the police force has considered it appropriate to retain Mr. Adams?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. A question I want to find out, I want to get your own opinion on this, about when I listened to the entire interview, I felt that...
Which interview?
Well, the interview with the JCS, you know? The question and answer session, the press conference.
Yes.
When I listened to it, I get the impression, based on what, as a matter of fact, I hope, I don't think I would be misrepresenting Mr. Mark Shields if I said that when he was asked one question about why he actually came out and said some of the things he said before the kind of thorough investigation which has so far been done was done, it's like he said that if he had not done that, if he had not said something, people might feel that he was probably covering up, you know.
Well.
And hence, in other words, he had to say something. and he might have been a bit too hasty in what he said. But he had to say something, so he said what he said, based on the information that he had in hand.
Yes.
You see? But the question I want to ask Mr. Perkins is that people like Mr. Mark Shields and other members of the force, the commissioner and others, would have been in the force for a very long time and would have carried out investigations over many years that would have put them in a position to be more cautious than they actually were, you know. And just simply coming now and saying, oh yes, we might have been hasty.
Well,
but
I don't know, sir. You know? Ordinarily, I mean, if somebody is found dead and a post-mortem is done and the pathologist is saying that the person was murdered, ordinarily one would expect the police to say, well, that is the evidence we had. The person is murdered. But then, I mean, that is all other things being equal.
Yes.
But it seems to me that from what one is now hearing,
yes,
there was some evidence at the crime scene.
Yes.
That suggested that it was otherwise. I mean, Mr. in the room,
yes,
where he was found.
Yes.
First of all, he was, as I understand, as I know here,
yes,
he was blocking the door. His
yes.
body was blocking the door.
Yes.
Now, that seems a little unusual, given that somebody went in there,
yes,
murdered him,
yeah,
and then, put his body to block the door.
To block the door,
and then came out.
Yeah,
right?
Yes. Yeah,
that's one.
Yes.
The other thing was that my understanding is that vomiting and feces were found in different places.
Yes.
Well, obviously, whatever it was that was affecting him,
yes,
and causing him to vomit and so on,
yes,
was doing so while he was still moving around.
Yes.
Right? Or able to move around.
Yes.
If somebody had come in,
yes,
grabbed him and strangled him,
yes,
then he would have been in one position. I mean,
yes,
right?
Yes.
I don't know. It seems to me that there's a possibility that questions might have been asked, and the same thing,
yes,
that ultimately led,
yes,
to their inviting other pathologists to
yes,
pronounce on the matter, or to examine the matter.
Uh-huh.
Might have done so earlier had they been more cautious in their approach.
One last thing, Mr. Perkins, and this is...
Hold on just a moment.
Attention NHD contributors in St. Catherine. Your NHD St. Catherine branch is now at its new offices, Twickenham, near the Hussey Marty School. Remember, your NHD office is now at a new location, Twickenham, St. Catherine. The phone numbers remain the same. The time by the National Housing Trust is
12:45.
Spread out, leader, eh? Leader, I'll be leader in flavor. I know leader margarine a great taste to savor. Cooking, baking, great and bread. Leader margarine so easy to spread. Two great leaders in your kitchen today. Leader Island margarine leading the way. Cooking up light, tasting right. Vegetable premium, cholesterol free. Leader Island margarine.
Them taste good, you see.
Maximum leaders.
Discover a difference at Treasure Beach Hotel, an oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. This eco-friendly beachfront resort provides an ambiance of total relaxation, privacy and intimacy, away from the hustle and bustle of commercial life. Treasure Beach Hotel, Treasure Beach, St. Elizabeth, 965-0110. Discover the difference.
Did you know that worn shock absorbers could cause accidents? Replace them now with quality units from Universal Shocks Limited, 58 Red Hills Road, telephone 925-1000. Universal Shocks Limited, your shock and strut specialist, where everyone gets a discount.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Mr. Perkins,
Yeah.
one last thing, and this is particularly important to me because I come from a very, very poor family. Grew up in St. Mary for part of my youthful life and spent quite a bit of my youthful life living on Marvell Avenue and in Waterhouse, where I've seen quite a bit of atrocities done, and nothing of the kind that is done in the Woolmer's case. I noticed that one question was asked of the JCF whether they are going to do a similar thing, like they mentioned the whole idea of taking photographs, and these photographs, they said, and other evidences of the body.
Yes.
And somebody asked whether a similar thing would be done for everyone. And they said yes, it would be done. But I somehow, I hope you will pardon me if I am a bit skeptical about that.
Yes.
Because you probably don't know some of the difficulties that people living in very poor communities have when these things are actually done. It is so easy to blame them for what has been done, and that is the end of the matter.
Yes, indeed.
You know? And there's nobody to stand up and say, well, this is a human being. And every effort has to be taken.
No,
to ensure.
we don't see human beings in this country as human beings.
Yes.
Right? We see them as being human beings of different classes. Right?
Right.
And some of them are barely human.
Because look at the Britain.
And they're not deserving of the kind of
Look at the
attention.
Britain case.
that
Look at
Mr.
a
Woolmer
place
got.
like Tivoli Gardens.
Eh?
Look at a place like Tivoli Gardens. When I saw the bodies of those people lying in the street.
Yes.
And for days.
And eaten by dogs.
And they were eaten by dogs.
Some of them.
As a person who was grown up in Waterhouse and so forth and Marvell Avenue, it brought tears to my eyes because I recognize that anybody, including myself, living in these communities, could have been a victim of the same thing.
Absolutely.
Because I remember some of
just as anybody could have been a victim of not being able to be treated at the Kingston Public Hospital because there was no bed.
Right. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
And even this morning I heard a lady mentioning on I think Alan Magnus's program about a child for whom they have been collecting money. I think it might have been they might have raised over $3 million, as they said, to deal with some kind of brain tumor that the child had. and that the child was taken to the Bustamante Hospital from about 11 o'clock and was there until 6, the lady said until 6, before the child could get any kind of treatment.
Well, we're hearing stories like
this. You see the kind of thing I'm talking about, Mr. Perkins?
Okay.
You see the kind of thing I'm talking about?
Yes, indeed. Yes. We don't see our people as having rights, you know, and having a right to.
And yet we are getting upset and saying that the G2K should pull the ad that they had about condition in the hospital, and there you are, that lady on Alan Magnus's program saying exactly, in effect, exactly some of the same thing that the G2K ad was saying.
Yes, it's essentially the same problem.
You see?
Quite true. All right.
Anyway, Mr. Perkins, thank you for listening.
All the best to you. Okay, email?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Another notice on the Daily Mail, the London Daily Mail website.
Oh, yes, they seem to be having a ball.
Yes, it says that Dr. Cheshire is very likely going to be either forced to resign or be fired.
Well,
the pathologist.
That is their opinion.
And they, of course, there's a harking back to various instances, the many interviews, it appears. There are 41 entries alone under one name on the website regarding reports coming out of Jamaica. And it's amazing. Did you know?
Reports coming out?
Well, a lot of personal interviews with Mr. Mark Shields, Superintendent Mark Shields, and all of that.
Yes.
But this pressure seems to be on Dr. Cheshire to
quit.
To quit. Everything seems to be tumbling down on him.
Yes.
According to these many from most of the British press.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, somebody has sent you here a ruling about President Bush in the American Supreme Court. And this is an editorial in the New York Times today. And it reads, a ruling for justice. For years, President Bush has made the grandiose claim that the congressional authorization to attack Afghanistan after 9/11 was a declaration on a war of terror, that is, in quotes, that gave him the power to decide who the combatants are and throw them into military prisons forever. Yesterday, in a powerful 2-1 decision, a panel of the United States Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit utterly rejected the president's claim.
Oh, that's not the Supreme Court. But that's
the majority made clear how threatening the United States Courts of Appeal of the Fourth Circuit. The majority made clear how threatening the administration's policies are to the Constitution and the rule of law.
Yes.
And how far the administration had already gone down that treacherous road. Mr. Bush, the majority says, does not claim these powers for dire emergencies, but maintains that the authority to order the military to seize and detain certain civilians is an inherent power of the presidency, which he and his successors may exercise as they please. The court did not say Mr. Married. This is a citizen of Qatar called Ali Al-Mari was innocent, nor that he must be set free.
Nor that he must be
set free.
Yes.
It said that the law does not give Mr. Bush the power to seize a civilian living in the United States and to declare him being an enemy combatant based on whatever definition he, Mr. Bush, chooses to apply. If Mr. Murray is to be kept in prison, it said, he must be tried and convicted in a civilian court. The ruling said the Constitution and numerous precedents made it clear that foreigners living legally in this country have the same right to due process as any American citizen. It found no merit in the President's claim that the congressional approval of the use of military force in Afghanistan gave him authority to change that, or that he has the inherent authority to do it on his own. Sanctioning that kind of authority would have disastrous consequences for the Constitution and for the country, the judges said. The judges said their ruling applied only to people living legally in the United States and not to prisoners in Guantanamo Bay. But the court's powerful arguments may be relevant to a large number of those men.
Well, good for the United States. Very good for the United States.
Here is the ruling. That was just a summing up.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, here I am trying to bring to your attention, says this email, the matter of counterfeit drugs. This scourge is something that is overtaking the world. Counterfeit medicines are swamping unregulated markets in developing nations with unknown and sometimes fatal results. Not only are thousands dying needlessly, but patients are also becoming immune to the effects of the real thing. The United Nations World Health Organization estimates the incidence of counterfeit medicines is about 10% in developing countries. Mr. Perkins, can you tell me, who certifies the drugs that are coming into this country for distribution to pharmacies and to doctors?
I don't know that they're certified.
Is the genuine article? Is there any such agency in the Ministry of Health who procures our medicine and medical supplies that can guarantee that the tablet that we put in our mouths, especially those of us who suffer from chronic diseases, are the real thing?
Maybe we should get somebody from the Ministry of Health and ask them that question. Is there any agency that supervises the importation of drugs into this country?
And how is it done?
Yes.
Are there people there testing the drugs?
Because we've been hearing for quite some time now about counterfeit drugs.
And there are posters put up in, like, for instance, Medical Associates Hospital.
And we're hearing more recently about some of them coming out of China.
Yes.
And toothpaste that contain injurious substances.
Yes, and a lot of things like medication for cholesterol, this email is saying, and for blood pressure and so on. Many of these things are sometimes just starch or chalk.
Yes.
And you really don't know what you are taking, and it's a thing that is prevalent even in the United States. It's quite a long email.
Yes.
And
it's
quoting from certain newspaper articles.
Worth investigating. Hold on just a moment for me.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 1 o'clock.
When I want that healthy, refreshing taste, there's only one thing for me. V-Soy Soya Milk. Nothing beats a healthy drink that's rich in calcium, high in protein, has no preservatives, cholesterol-free. It's good for my prostate and comes in a unique glass bottle. V-Soy Soya Milk, distributed by Brasco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road, Kingston. Telephone 908-1211. That's 908-1211. V-Soy Soya Milk. Good taste while keeping healthy.
Tired of living from paycheck to paycheck? Team with Incorporated Business Builders. They unlock your potential and increase your earning power with their proven business building concept. For details, email incorporatedbb@yahoo.com or visit www.incorporatedbb.com. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello? No. I beg your pardon. We're finishing the evening.
Dear Mr. Perkins, in your opening yesterday, you talked about the name calling that goes on at election time. This was in reference to the ad that was pulled by the G2K. You know, Mr. Perkins...
I don't remember talking about name calling.
You know, Mr. Perkins, the PNP has used a certain kind of advertising as a strategy against the JLP since 1989. When I think of the demonization of Mr. Siaga and party officials in the JLP, Mr. Perkins, I never heard the kind of thing that is going on when at a meeting somewhere down the country, if I remember rightly, because it was in the Gleaner, a baby coffin with a sign marked Pampers.
Oh, yes.
Siaga baby dead. Was paraded on a political platform. I think that was the limit. I don't remember hearing any ombudsman in 2002 when that happened.
Well,
saying that was wrong. I do not understand. Now I am the situation in St. Anne.
Well, before you come to that, I think that the explanation that would be given in relation to the first subject that he dealt with would be that it is subsequent to all of that the two parties have got together and created this, what do they call it? I don't know, something governing the conduct, some agreement governing the conduct of electoral campaigns.
The political ombudsman?
Well, they have the political ombudsman, and they have also an agreement, right? But I don't know. I haven't seen the agreement, so I don't know what it contains. But it seems to me that well, I don't know. The idea that somebody could not refer to another person as a Jezebel, right, strikes me as a bit odd and, unnecessarily restrictive. I don't know if somebody behaves in the opinion of somebody else like a Jezebel. I don't know why you can't say that. And what is a Jezebel? Jezebel was a queen who, had her own ideas about God and wanted to impose them upon other people and so on, and had prophets round her making all sorts of false prophecies. And then there is this question of the ad. I mean, but I gather that the Ombudsman is having a meeting with the two parties today to discuss these matters. So, well, particularly the matter of the ad, I suppose.
Yes,
but it all seems to be very foolish.
Yes, Mr. Perkins, to continue with this email. Mr. Perkins, on the matter of the candidate in St. Anne, I see in the weekend paper that she is not even on the voters list. Which means, Mr. Perkins, to my mind, that the lady never even intended to vote herself.
It doesn't follow.
How civic-minded does that make her?
No, I gather that she was away from the country. And in the time that she was away, the lists were revised. I don't know whether that is true, but that is the story that has been put out.
Good day, Mr. Perkins. I see in today's Gleaner that the Ministry of Education has offered scholarships to children without having a school to put them in. Now, Mr. Perkins, I heard your comments regarding this, but what I would like to find out from you is to go back in the budget speeches of either the Minister of Finance or the Ministries of Education and find out how much money was allocated for school building. What has happened to those funds, Mr. Perkins?
Well, we haven't yet heard
since they cannot build a school. Was those funds reallocated elsewhere?
I don't know. I don't know that
because money was put there to build school to put the children this year. I am a very disgruntled mother because my child did well in the GSAT exams, and now I am wondering where she will go to school.
I don't know. But I don't know that it is a matter of resources. I'm told that what I saw in the papers, I believe, was that the schools to which they were assigned have not yet been completed. So...
This mail is asking about a school that was to have been built in Dunbeholden.
Yes.
Not about a renovation of a school.
Have they started on it? I don't know.
No. Plans have been put aside.
Yes, but I saw the minister saying that there are certain procedures that have to be gone through. And that apparently is... I don't know.
Good day, Mr. Perkins.
But it strikes me as odd that they should be assigning children to schools which have not yet been built, and then reassigning them to other schools which have not yet been expanded to accommodate them.
Mr. Perkins, I would like you to ascertain for me which other PM used the Army facilities for campaigning. Mr. Perkins, where is civic society in Jamaica? This is taxpayers' money. We are paying the army. We are putting the gas in the helicopter. We are preparing landing sites. We are doing all sorts of underground collaboration up in the air so that it lands in the right place and is there met by the proper vehicle that can transport her around while she kisses babies and jumps back on the helicopter. Can you imagine, Mr. Perkins, what it means? I read in the paper over the weekend that she visited about 8 constituencies in one afternoon via helicopter. And Mr. Buchanan is boldly saying that she has a right to do so. Mr. Perkins, I call upon the business sector. I called upon the PSOJ and the JMA and all the unions and people who are paying taxes in this country. We need somebody to stand up for us in this matter. Why hasn't the JLP commented on it? If it is true that Siaga used to use the helicopter and other government vehicles in this way, either deny it or come out against it. I resent having my taxpayer dollars used for these purposes for any party whatsoever.
Well,
Mr. Perkins, I wish you would put this on the front burner. It is despicable.
Yes, I had never heard of this happening before. But it is very odd. Mr. Siaga has been accused of having done it. And he hasn't said anything about it. It's very odd. Did he, in fact, use the JDF helicopter in his campaigning? I don't know. I wonder about it now. But in any event, it would seem to me that that is corrupt use of public resources.
Dear Mr. Perkins, there is a community in Hanover by the name of Success. Mr. Perkins, don't let the name fool you. It is not successful. This community has very poor road conditions. We have never seen piped water at any time since I was born. And according to my grandparents, never. When it is dry season, people have to carry water in buckets on their heads for miles. In a country that is moving on to progress, and every day we have people out in the square talking about don't stop this progress. I haven't
heard that for a little while.
I don't think that this situation should be still in existence due to the amount of taxes we have to pay by each person in the community who are employed and unemployed. This area has never seen one iota of development. In a country where the farmers are important to the economy, people do not have water in their homes. And so these farmers are migrating from the farming community. There is no food to feed the nation. What will happen next? Mr. Perkins, I don't think it is fair to taxpayers pay taxes and cannot see any development in their community. We would like to address the matter with the people in authority because we don't have anyone to talk to about it. Try to find out who our MP is and please inform us. This is Success in Hanover.
Well, a lot of people in this country are living like that, but Sister P says she loves the poor, and the poor loves her. And she promises, well, I don't know what she promises to do for the poor. We take a break, we come back in a moment.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time by the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
1:15.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when he open up in wallet and he look at the money, him sorry he never have more. Ricky don't make a stop, you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Think comfort. Think Carrier, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning. More homes, hotels, and businesses use Carrier air conditioners because they have a proven record for the coolest, most reliable, and energy-efficient units on the market. All teamed with great service and affordable prices. Call CAC 2000 Limited, 1-888-991-5921, and refresh yourself. Carrier, turn to the experts. listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. We're just finishing up the email.
Yeah, Mr. Perkins, good afternoon. Mr. Perkins, I've been embarrassed by two news items that I saw recently on the television. One by Mr. Stephen Shaw of the NWA. I saw this young man on the TV last week stating that repairs to the bridge along the Howard Cook Boulevard in Montego Bay would have been done during Side Week. Needless to say, nothing was done. I again saw him on television a few nights later, now saying that some adhesive needed to carry out the repair is not available locally. That is why it was not repaired, as he said it would be. Now, Mr. Perkins, why didn't he carry out his due diligence before coming out and telling people that the bridge would have been repaired last week? The other person is Mr. Delana Franklin. I saw him on television recently this week. Here is this gentleman telling us that he is totally against this business of having two agencies in government responsible for roads in the island. That is the NWA and the parish councils. Quite vigorously he was saying that he's advocating only one agency to be responsible for all roads, because when people complain about the roads in one area, the NWA say it's not them, it is the parish council, and vice versa, and therefore the people are finding it very confusing. Now, Mr. Perkins, isn't Delana Franklin party the party that created the NWA?
Yeah, he's a member of the government.
One of the most effective propaganda systems of this government is to totally disassociate themselves from all the corruption, the blunder, the mistakes, the mismanagement of the last 18 years. They are behaving as if they are just chickens just laid out of the egg, waiting for Mother P to sit down on them and keep them warm. Where were they for the last 18 years? Who was governing the country? You know, I had an old granny who used to say to me, the country wasn't under any management when PJ was there. I think the behavior of those people setting up themselves to be elected in the coming election would seem to make that look very true. And
yes,
finally,
I don't quite understand how Mr. Delana Franklin brought himself to say that, having regard to the fact that, yes, he's in the government, and the government has been living with this for a number of years. And in any event, part of the problem is, the commonality is that whether it is the NWA or the parish council, the central government controls the resources, and the parish council very often cannot do work because the central government hasn't allocated the resources. And the same is true of the NWA.
Mr. Perkins, regarding the DPP and the story about him and public hanging that was in the paper recently, the Director of Public Prosecution seems not to remember that in England, when a person was convicted of picking a pocket, the sentence was death by public hanging. This was way back then. But often at these public hangings, there were pickpockets at work in the crowd.
Yes, I think that the DPP is making the mistake of believing that the terror, the use of some terroristic method, is the only way of getting people to obey the law. And that is nonsense. Absolute rubbish. There are far better ways, and the trouble is that in Jamaica we're not using them. Well.
Mr. Perkins, I read with interest an article on the internet today regarding SSP Adams' comments that the Assistant Commissioner of Police should tender his resignation. Though I agree with the Assistant Commissioner's comment that the Senior Superintendent should have resigned over the Tivoli incident, it does not discount the fact that he has displayed grave incompetence in his handling of the Bob Woolmer case. Mr. Perkins, if this man was brought to Jamaica to improve the investigative arm of the constabulary force, and he cannot even make a decision on whether or not a man has been murdered, before some foreign pathologist did so, if he had the slightest doubt about the integrity of our coroner's or local coroner's verdict, he should or possibly would not have released such misleading information to the world media. Mr. Perkins, if this top-class investigator cannot determine if the man was murdered before announcing this at various press conferences to the world, what can he have to say about the competence of many of the other policemen? I invite your comments.
I think that the problems of Mr. Adams and those, or related to Mr. Adams and those related to Mr. Shields, are in quite different categories. I agree that and Mr. Shields' problem is that he did not have the support, the necessary support of competent expertise outside of the police force, technical expertise, which any police force is going to need to do its job. So a large part of the breakdown was outside the police force and outside of Mr. Shields' hands. The fact of the matter, though, is that Mr. Shields might have been more judicious in making his comments. I mean, But Mr. Adams, of course, is in a quite different category, right? And it strikes me that in the fact that Mr. Adams remains in the police force tells you a whole lot about the police force and about government in this country. Yes, well?
Mr. Perkins, the Minister of Education's excuse about procurement procedures is laughable. It was on the front page of today's Gleaner.
Uh-huh.
I recall, and I have before me, a report from the Contractor General's 2006 report to Parliament on the matter of procurement for the Ministry of Education, and I submit it for your interest. and it reads, breaches of procurement procedures, Ministry of Education. The audit identified 45 instances in which the procurement of goods and services costing $69.4 million and US $195,314.17 was done without evidence of compliance with the government's procurement procedures. As a result, the objectives of ensuring equity, transparency, and economy in the use of public funds were compromised. A contract totaling $4.4 million for the acquisition of computers and accessories for youth information centers appears to have been fragmented into two separate contracts, thereby circumventing the requirement
You're
for
reading from the
submission
Auditor General's report.
to the national
Not the
contracts.
Contractor General.
No, from the Auditor General.
I see.
I'll go back again. A contract totaling $4.4 million for the acquisition of computers and accessories for youth information centers appears to have been fragmented into two separate contracts, thereby circumventing the requirement for submission to the National Contracts Commission Sector Committee. What does the Minister mean about procurement has to be gone through before these schools can be provided for children?
Well, I tell you something. All that, you know what this is about? Corruption in the government. And the Auditor General and the Contractor General have both been writing about that for quite some years. Okay? And it continues because the government, there is so much corruption in the government. And the object is not just to provide schools or whatever other buildings or facility or material. But, you know, where are the funds going? That is part of the question.
More than your regular bank account. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is
1:30.
Tasty, original taste, yes. Everybody come here. The original taste we love.
30.
Tasty, original taste, yes. Everybody come here. The original taste we love. Most famous, most favorite, hot water media. That's the taste of tasty. Jamaica loves tasty. Tasty loves Jamaica. Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked. The original taste we love. Tasty, the original taste, yes. Savor the flavor, freshly baked. Tasty, the original taste, yes. Tasty.
This is a message from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health center by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The program of advancement through health and education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Mr. Perkins, afternoon.
Yes, sir.
There's an incident I'd like to bring to your attention. That happened on Friday. My nephew was driving towards, leaving Post going towards Mandeville. And he was involved in an accident, motor vehicle accident. He's a second-year student at UTEC.
He's a what?
He's a second-year student at UTEC.
UTEC.
And one of his friends, another student, was with him in the car. I said he had an accident, and the car was extensively damaged, and he received serious injuries. One of his lungs collapsed. His two legs were broken. One arm was broken. His jaw. Yeah. But they actually pronounced him dead. Now, who was on the scene or came on the scene actually pronounced him dead. Now, I don't know how the police
I mean, pronounced him dead.
They looked at him in the car, the condition that he was in, and said that he was dead. So they're actually just waiting on him to be transferred, to the hospital or something.
To the hospital? You mean to the morgue then?
Right, to the morgue, right.
Well, I don't know.
Luckily, a doctor was passing and stopped, inquired, and saw in the car and examined him and found that he was still alive.
Yes.
And he was transferred to the Mandeville Hospital. And it happened on Friday.
So how is he now?
Pardon me?
How is he now?
He's still unconscious on Friday.
Oh gosh.
But the other thing that gets to me is that he was to be transferred they were trying to get him transferred to the University Hospital.
Yeah.
And that was, I think it was Saturday or Sunday. But I live in Linstead, but it was his parents living in Clarendon. And what happened is that I understand that the equipment that they have at the University Hospital, apparently nobody is trained to use that type of equipment for them to monitor him.
I beg your pardon? Nobody is what?
Nobody's trained.
Eh?
Nobody's trained to actually use the equipment that is used to monitor him.
Oh, is that so?
So arrangement was made for him to be transferred to the KPH. What happened is that there was no bed available.
Again, no bed available.
That sounds familiar, eh?
It does sound so.
Yes, no bed was available. One was they eventually had a bed that it was supposed to receive that somebody had a heart attack and they had to give that person that bed. Right? So he had to wait until he was eventually transferred. I think it was yesterday, or late Sunday. He was eventually transferred to the KPH. But the extent of his injuries, Mr. Perkins, as I said, 2 legs are broken, one of his arms, his 2 jawbones are broken. He had a collapsed lung.
2 jawbones?
Yeah, his lower and upper jawbone were broken.
Oh, God.
He had a collapsed lung. He had clots on the brain. And with the condition that he's in. And there was, the confusion that manifested itself in terms of him not being able to get a bed to be transferred to. When he was to be transferred. It's just symptomatic of the whole situation that they have in the whole thing.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to be political, but it's just the truth. Right? And right now, he's still unconscious.
Yes.
Right? And I'm really really sorry about, what has happened. But what I tell you, I feel really sorry for him, in terms of what, the situation is right now. Right? And I'm not talking only about him. What about other people
who find themselves in similar circumstances? Yes. Quite true.
2005, I went up to New York and I got sick. As a matter of fact, I ended up doing major surgery. And I tell you, the treatment that I got, if it was done out here, I would have died. I would have died, I tell you that.
Well, that's why the politicians ensure their own lives, their own health, and they can go up to New York to get treatment.
I tell you, and then the whole about the Prime Minister talk about the ad that the G2K was carrying.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's a news item. It's the truth, and it seems as if our government is really afraid of the truth at times.
Well, but then why was the ad withdrawn?
I don't know. I don't know.
Obviously, somewhere there was some strength and courage lacking.
Well, that's probably true.
Uh-huh.
That's probably true.
Anyway,
I just wanted to highlight, those two incidents. But it's, as I said before, is that the policeman saying that he was dead. It's the same way that someone shot by the police on the road, and they just toss him into a vehicle and say, well, I'm dead. So, they came to the morgue. How many people have actually died at the morgue?
Well, I don't know. Do they? They usually say that they take them to the hospital where they were pronounced dead.
Well, that is it.
So,
or they find the body suffering from gunshot wounds.
They find the body suffering from gunshot wounds. Yes.
But I tell you, it's a sad state that we're in, though.
Yes.
And this is not a place for It's too beautiful a place to actually be run by such a lunatic.
It has a wonderful potential, sir, but we're destroying it.
It is.
We're destroying ourselves in the process.
That's you.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Uh-huh.
Glad I got you.
Eh?
Glad I got you.
I'm not hearing you.
I'm glad I got you.
I didn't get that at all.
I am so happy to get you.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm talking about the Kingston Public Hospital. Is a public hospital?
Yes, it's a public hospital.
But I had a relative there, and first thing he had to pay $300 for register.
He had to pay what?
$300 for registration.
$300.
Yes, and he had also taken X-ray was $600.
Uh-huh.
And he had to pay $8,000 for admission.
$300 for registration.
Yes.
And $8,000 for admission.
Yes.
And $600 for X-ray.
Yes.
Uh-huh. But he was able to pay.
Yes.
So he was admitted.
Yes.
I see.
And then after the bed them also chuck to each other, and the bed them don't look nice. They look so bad, and they just chuck to each other so near.
Oh yes.
Yes.
I see.
They're not looking good at all.
And apparently the cockroaches then have no difficulty moving from one to the other.
That's it. And about that idea that the Prime Minister was talking about.
Uh-huh.
I heard it. Right, it's true.
Which one was that?
About the man who will have to find $40,000.
Oh, yes. Yes.
It is true. I heard it on the news.
Uh-huh.
But because the reports are weak, that's why they join.
Well, precisely. I mean, I see no reason why they should have withdrawn it.
Sure. Let it run. Run with it.
Because the thing is that if something like that happened to one person, what is it going to prevent it happening to you or to me?
If you don't have it, right? If my family didn't have the money, he couldn't be admitted.
Yes, indeed.
They told not to admit.
And therefore, we want to put an end to that kind of thing, right? And the only way we're going to be able to do it is if people know about it and are prepared to sort of make up their minds, one way or the other. Do they want that kind of thing to continue, or don't they? Do they want to put an end to it?
Some want to continue because it's their bread and butter.
Uh-huh. Yes, well,
And another thing,
uh-huh.
Why all the human waste have to enter into the sea?
Good question. Good question, no. We one of the things that we're doing in this country, we're inviting tourists to come here to swim in the sea, and we're polluting the waters.
It must go there?
Eh?
It must go there?
Must go where?
The human feces must end up in the sea?
Well, I don't see any reason why it necessarily must, no?
But you have to eat the fish in there.
Eh?
We have to eat the fish.
Yes.
But the fish, it is good to eat.
Eh?
Is it good to eat the fish?
Well, I don't know.
Remember, all kind of disease human had, and they all end up there, and the fish eat it, and we eat the fish. That's why some sicknesses are running cannot get better.
Well, I don't know. I don't know of any evidence of that, but we are polluting our waters, right?
And all the gullies end up there too.
All of that, yes. And people sort of defecate in the or
yes,
do so in plastic bags and throw them in the gullies, you know.
I don't know. I heard that the seawater is blessed. It's well blessed.
Well, I don't know, Mom. I used to like going to swim in the sea, you know. But thank God I had my fill of it. I don't have to go again.
You don't have to. They say seawater is blessed. The Lord knows what all was going to go in there.
Yes, well, I don't know. I don't know why we should do this.
Boy, I don't know. We're not getting anything right at all.
No. Well, that's because, you know, people in some significant positions are not thinking about the welfare of the country. You know.
I pray thee, Lord.
They have other priorities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with the Prime Minister, Sister P, when she spoke so determined and aggressive like. Yes. I hear her saying, I'm not going to say,
sounding very prime ministerial.
But
would you say?
The President of the United States, the President of the United States in England, Tony Blair, I don't hear them going that way.
Well, no, I don't hear them. But maybe that is because they're not really as good at it as Sister P.
Especially Tony Blair, he's so calm. Tony Blair is so calm.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
Jamaica is different.
He needed to have learned from Sister P.
Okay.
All right, Mom.
Okay,
thank you very much.
You have a nice day.
All the best to you too. Okay, hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. I heard somebody call you about the mayor's ordeal yesterday. And I don't hear no comment.
In St. Thomas?
Yes.
The police going to his house.
Pardon me?
Yes, I don't know. We didn't get any answers. We've called there, but we didn't get any answers.
You could call her today, sir?
Is it a she?
Pardon me?
Is it a lady who is the mayor?
Yes, it is a lady.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I think so, yes. I would love to let us try again, no?
Yes, the person.
And see whether we can get her. The police are supposed to have gone to her house and searched.
Yes.
For guns?
An old battalion.
So they're looking for guns?
Yes, sir.
Well, maybe they had nothing better to do with their time.
Okay.
Eh?
I think so.
I wonder what reason they had for thinking that she had guns in her house.
And she's just a nice person.
Yes. Well, I don't know, Mom.
Okay.
But, you know, all sorts. We're
I don't mind if you could call her and get comment on it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll try.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is
1:45.
UTech is renowned for providing quality in the educational experience, incorporating art, culture, sports, technology to enhance academic experience. UTech's curriculum of career-focused learning produces highly sought-after graduates.
If you desire to be equipped with more than just a degree, if your goal is to enhance academic qualifications with experience and practical capabilities, we welcome you to be a part of the unique UTech experience. Visit our website at www.utechjamaica.edu.jm for more information.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
No matter what you drive, Esso's fuel system energy has the right mix of additives to improve performance. These additives guarantee a cleaner operation, which means a cleaner environment. At Esso, we understand your car's needs, your needs, and the needs of the environment. You're going to love driving a whole lot more than ever. How do we know? At Esso, we're drivers too.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing today?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
Good. I was just on the island for a weekend. I just came back last night.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
You-
I decided. After working about 90 days, I decided I was going to take a break.
Uh-huh.
So I came down Saturday morning, and I left Monday afternoon.
Monday afternoon.
Yes.
That's yesterday.
Yes. I got quite a few topics I want to discuss with you.
Yes.
The renovation in the airport at Norman Manley.
Yes.
Do you have any idea where that money came from to renovate the airport?
I think it was a private company that.
Okay.
Yes, the airport has been operation of the airport has been handed over. I think.
Well, the air condition is nice. It's very good. But I just wonder if the country can afford that renovation and remodeling. And another thing I saw and was admiring a chute. For the number of airplanes that will be taken off, one chute would not be enough to accommodate. I don't know if they're going to use that for just in bad weather. So I saw that. Now, I don't want to stay too long on that topic because, so that's, probably someone else can probably comment on that when I have them. I was, traveling down on Washington Boulevard.
Yes.
So according to the police officer, when he stopped me, I was in a 60 metric zone, whatever that is.
60 what?
In a metric thing there, the
Kilometers.
Yeah. And he said I was doing 62.
62 kilometers.
Yes, I was doing 2 extra.
Uh-huh.
And he stopped me and said to me that I'm speeding. So I declared and explained to him that I know I was a little over. So he said, do you know that that's a ticket and I could arrest you? So I said to him, arrest me for that? And he said, yes. He said, didn't you know that the police force is the government and we run things and make our laws in this country?
Oh, is that so?
Yes. I said, no, sir, I didn't know that. I thought the commissioner of police was in charge of that. He said, no, we are the law, and we are the police force, and we run things.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Huh?
So, eventually, he saw my driver's license as a U.S. citizen, and I guess he kind of told me that, if I wasn't on a good side today, I would arrest you. Now, Mr. Perkins, I cannot...
So what? What did he eventually do?
He told me I could go, but watch it.
So you didn't have to left a little something with him?
No, apparently, when I did ask him if he's the commissioner of police not in charge of the police force anymore, he looked at me and rested his hand on his firearm.
He did what?
His firearm.
Yes.
He rested his hand on his firearm and said to me that, no, we run things. We are the government. We're the law.
Folly.
So I said, I didn't know that, sir, but since it is, I will make sure I don't go over next time. And I was laughing because I never, ever could understand something like this being happening in the country. So apparently, the government give the police the authority to run things.
Oh, well,
and
if,
that's why we have
if that is so, they better watch themselves.
Well, that means the government must have in a position where they don't want to deal with anything further more than telephone.
Well, I don't know. I don't really know, so whether that...
But, Mr. Perkins, did you know that incident with Dr. Jester Ford? Up to today, being in court the third time, the police have not filed a statement.
Is that so?
Is that so? And I guess sometime in this month, the judge is about to throw it out.
Oh?
So I think it must be the commissioner of the police instruct them not to file a report because they are false.
No, I don't think the commissioner would do that.
Well, even the day in court, they while they came out and was in Temple Lane there by the court, the two police had cranked their gun at Dr. Ford's sister again because she had a camera in her hand.
That happened again?
Yes,
or,
because she had the camera, and they said, give me the
that
camera.
was some time ago.
That's a couple weeks ago, because they went to court recently, this month. And I heard the commissioner was supposed to address it, and he took off and left the island. I don't know if he's back. I mean, that's the report I got.
I don't know. I don't know of him having left the island.
Yeah. But I guess that's when...
And I certainly haven't heard about this
when
incident happening again.
Goes back to court, if there's no police report, then the judge will gonna have to throw it out. But the man is left partially paralyzed. I did an interview with him Sunday night, and he could not even lift his hands to pick up a laptop that's an average weight, not too much.
Well, I didn't get the impression
and his ear,
that he was in that
bad
a state, sir.
And I while I was there, I was passing the laptop over to him, and I had to lift it and put it down on his desk.
Oh, you were with him.
Yes, I went to see him.
I see.
Do a little follow-up report and everything, what was going on.
I see. Yes.
And I actually lifted the laptop and handed it him. I thought he could have taken it from me, and I had to put it back out of his hands and put it in front of him.
I see.
So the police brutality will never end as long as this government is in power. And I think the people of Jamaica just love it for police to speak to me like that.
You think they love it?
I mean, I think that's rude. You're going to arrest me for going 2 dots over the speedometer. I mean, a speedometer is not accurate. Especially in a used car. Unless it's digital.
Yes.
And that's the way the police run things. And the Prime Minister must be ashamed of herself. I hope she's listening to my call. And I hope she realizes...
Well, they wouldn't have been using your speedometer. They would have used the radar gun.
He didn't have a radar gun.
Oh, he
just
didn't?
pulled me over.
Now, how did he know that you were going to?
Well, I don't know. He said I was right behind you. And first he asked me if I was intoxicated. And I said,
he had been driving?
Yes, and he saw me, and I guess he just wanted to make something, so he probably would get some money or something. But because then I asked him if the Commissioner of Police is not in charge of the police force anymore.
Oh.
And he saw my U.S. License. And I had another license, authority license that I was going to pop at him and let him know that I'm not a regular fish. But I did not. So then he told me that, watch it and don't make it happen again,
I see.
I started laughing. And then he took off. But how can the Commissioner of Police say, he's the Commissioner of Police, and he's allowing a police, a local cop, because he has a firearm on his hip, then you can just tell the police brutality going on every day.
No, sir, but the commissioner wouldn't know that he was doing that, would he?
What kind of system?
Have you made a report to the commissioner?
Well, come on, Mr. Perkins. You make a report. You think I would have left that airport alive? You think so? You know the corruption. I probably would have to ask the U.S. military to escort me out of the country.
I follow you.
You know that. I probably would have gotten it too.
Well.
And then it would go further than that. But at this point here, I said I would like to come back because those 2 days was really relaxing and refreshed me.
You found it so?
Yes, sir. To see the beauty of our land.
Yes.
Not to see the separation, the exploitation, and the demanifestation of this government. But to see the beauty of the land, the natural life of living. That's when you grow, when you're in Jamaica, and if you can afford it, you grow old as you grow. You just grow with life and just be happy. You don't worry about getting old.
Yes.
Because the craft of a beautiful island and the atmosphere is set. The beaches, the food. I was actually able to climb to mango tree, a guava tree, and pick some natural cherries for my breakfast one morning. Which a lot of people doesn't really appreciate, but I cannot believe that, according to Mr. Daniel Walker, the commissioner for the election, was watching him on television. He said, according to what he said, there's no way by 110% any bogus vote could cast their violence. I don't know if he's really what he's saying. He said the system is totally impossible.
Well.
So that means if the PNP government come back in power, the people really want them back.
Well, I suppose so.
But Mr. Perkins,
yes?
I don't know, though. I don't know where we're heading to. Where can we head? And I was listening to that caller that met in the accident, and I can tell you, there was a man living in Jamaica from India, and he ran across the street, and a trailer hit him.
Where is it?
Destroy him bad. And his bill was $30,000 medical in Miami. And the hospital gave him a credit and bring the bill down to 000. Well, another zero for 30,000. So you're right what you said about the politician being able to afford medical. But what about the poorer class?
Well,
you're gonna pass a person dead and you're not a doctor. I mean, then why don't we just get rid of the doctor, use the police to the doctor work and police work? Where are we going, Mr. Perkins? Where are we going?
I don't know, sir.
It is a disgrace. This government needs to just ask the people, tell the people that we don't need an election, we're leaving. That's what they should tell the people.
You think so?
We have really embarrassed and we have really let you down, and we're sorry and we hope for, that we could have done more. But we're just not capable and we're not intelligent to do it.
Well,
Mr. Perkins is rough.
I don't think we're going to see them doing that.
Mr. Perkins, I went to the supermarket.
All right, sir. I have to go, eh? Thank you very much for calling. Okay, we take the break and we'll be back here in a few minutes.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, greater value. The time by Astrosan products is
2:00. Today's weather brief is brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Forest. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
And now for today's weather brief. There is a surface to mid-level trough across the central Caribbean. This afternoon will be cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms over most areas. In our 3-day outlook, on Wednesday and Thursday, look for cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. And on Friday, expect partly cloudy conditions with showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. Versan Educational Services is the best in college counseling and preparation for exams. GRE, GMAT, SAT, LSAT, SSAT, MCAT, TOEFL, and DAT. If you want the best results, register now. Versan Educational Services, located at 134 Constant Spring Road. Call 755-2187. Shop 17 Island Plaza, Ocherias, and Shop 39 Overton Plaza, Montego Bay. For success in going overseas to study, call Versan today. Now registering for 2008. Classes start July 7.
Trying to find hard-to-get farm supplies? Southfield Farm and Garden Center stocks a wide variety of insecticides, herbicides, fertilizers, seeds, pesticides, animal feeds, and more. Southfield Farm and Garden Center, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774.
Business Online is brought to you by Guardian Asset Management for investors who want more.
Good afternoon. I'm Orville Johnson from today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online. Radio Jamaica Limited recorded a net loss of $32.3 million during the year ended March 31st, 2007, when compared to a profit of $93 million in the previous year. This was primarily due to the company having to absorb an impairment charge of $89.9 million, which represents RJR's shares of losses in an associate company. Notwithstanding, Radio Jamaica's revenues grew by 16% during the year under review when compared with the previous period. Expenses grew by 14%. The UK's annual inflation slowed to its weakest level in 7 months. The inflation rate registered in May was 2.5% compared to 2.8% in April. Just yesterday, the Governor of the Bank of England warned that higher interest rates could be forthcoming by the end of the year unless consumers and companies slowed their spending. The Jamaica dollar slipped by 1 cent today against the greenback. There was moderate demand for the U.S. currency in trading today. The dollar closed at an average of $68.31 Jamaican for each U.S. dollar in the Cambio market. The money market remained tight with a 30-day dealer rate trading between 11.75 and 11.85%, while in the overnight market the rates ranged between 8 and 10%. Supreme Ventures dominated trading on the stock market today with a trade of 5.5 million units. This accounted for 61% of the 8.9 million units that traded today. The other volume leaders were Scotia Group with 1.1 million units and Cable and Wireless Jamaica trading 627,000 units. Of the 25 stocks which traded, 10 advanced, 6 declined, and 9 traded firm. The day's winners were Supreme Ventures up 13.04% to close at $2.60. Jamaica Producers gained 8.5% to close at $26.05. Mabry Investments rose by 1.6% to close at $2.45. The main decliners were Cable and Wireless Jamaica down 8.3% to close at 88 cents. The Gleaner Company slipped by 2.5% to close at $1.55. Grace Kennedy also slipped by 2.5% to close at $58. The JC Index squeezed a 17-point advance to close at 89,313.69 points. Your advisor is brought to you today by Guardian Asset Management, Jamaica Limited. Let's look at retirement planning. Are you ready for the days when you stop earning a salary? You don't have to wait until you're 55 years old to start thinking about retirement. But how much money do you really need to retire comfortably? A rule of thumb is that you need enough invested to replace about 80% of your current income. Calculate your true living expenses today and what you project into the future. Remember to add in expenses that you may not be incurring now, such as higher medical expenses and additional help around the house. Take into consideration future inflation and seek to grow your capital above the expected inflation rate. Your financial plan at Guardian Asset Management can help you read the current macroeconomic variables and factor in the expected inflation rate at retirement. For further information, contact your Guardian Asset Management agent today at 946-3800 or email them at gam@ghl.com.jm. And that was Business Online. If you need further information, you can call us at 927-7392 or 978-6262 or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6, or email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com or log on to our website for further business news at www.todaysmoneylimited.com. Join me again for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson, wishing you a pleasant afternoon.
Business Online was brought to you by Guardian Asset Management for investors who want more.
The returns on my portfolio at Guardian Asset Management are truly impressive.
Guardian Asset Management.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And we have with us the Mayor of Morant-Bay, Councillor Joan Spencer, is it? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Hello, Mayor. How are you?
I am fine.
You're fine?
Yes.
But I hear you had a rather unpleasant experience.
Yes, on Saturday.
Huh?
Yes, Saturday morning.
What happened?
Well, I was in my bed sleeping and I heard loud banging on my front door.
Uh-huh.
And when I jumped up to see what was happening, there were police and soldiers on my veranda.
Police and soldiers?
Yes.
About how many of them?
Well, I count 21 in my yard.
Oh, my God.
And person that was on the road told me that probably another 20 or 30 was outside.
Uh-huh.
Because they surround the whole yard.
Uh-huh.
They were on top of the, I have a balcony, so
Uh-huh.
they were on top there. And they were on the street adjoining my house.
Uh-huh.
So they come to search for ammunition and guns.
They told you, when you looked out and saw them,
Yes, sir.
and you asked them, you know,
When I
what was
looked
it?
out and saw them, I ran to the front door and opened the door. I said, what was it? Because I thought because my son, you know, was outside. He didn't came in early, so I thought they come to report to tell me something happened to my son. It's an accident or something. And
Yes.
I said, no. I have a search warrant here to search your premises because I was told that you have guns and ammunition here.
Uh-huh.
So I said, okay, no problem. Come to search. And they asked me how many persons in the house, and I told them. And I woke up everybody.
How many persons were in the house?
About 5 of us.
Five of you.
Yeah.
And this was what time of day?
5:15 in the morning.
5:15.
Yes, 5:15.
Uh-huh.
Somewhere there.
So then they came into the house.
Yes.
And went all over the house searching.
Yes.
Uh-huh. And they came in with guns and...
Yes, they were there with their guns.
Uh-huh. And so you couldn't be following them around to see what each one of them was doing or not doing?
Yes, I went into every room. My daughter went into her room with them.
Uh-huh.
My nephew went into another room that he slept in with them, and I went into my son's room and the other rooms.
Uh-huh.
And my dining section with my daughter went there with them.
So they turned the whole house upside down?
Well, yes, they search every drawer, everything. They search every pot. They search every cupboard.
Uh-huh.
And they search outside also.
Well, and they found nothing.
They found nothing.
Uh-huh.
But, I have a concern. My son wasn't there. I thought he was in. But when they began to search, I realized that he weren't in the house. Apparently, he was out partying the Friday night.
Uh-huh.
When he was coming in, he came in about something to 7 during the search.
Yes.
And he just drove in, coming in. He didn't expect anybody there to be searching. And they told him, the police at the front told him that he cannot enter.
Uh-huh.
And he said, no, you tell me I can't enter my house. And they said that he can't go in, you can't go in there.
Uh-huh.
And he started to make a whole heap of noise, say, you can't tell me I can't go into my house. They didn't even tell him that they have a search warrant to search a place. That is why they are telling him, there is a search going on in there.
Uh-huh.
They are just telling him that he can't enter. And, my neighbor told me this morning that the police that was standing on his side said that he works in town, and they took down the license number of his car and said that they are going to deal with him.
They're going to deal with him?
Yes. I was so surprised this morning when my neighbor was saying that to me.
Oh,
just because the guy was saying that they can't tell him that he can't enter his house.
Uh-huh. They're threatening to deal with him.
Yes.
The wrath of the police force is going to come down on him.
Mm-hmm.
So, I wonder what it is. What was it that motivated this?
I'm wondering myself. Because Seafood Police does not know anything about it. They were unaware of it. They told me.
Hold on. These weren't local police.
No, it was this Reggie Grant from Era 5. This person that is responsible for Era 5. Deputy Commissioner Reggie Grant.
Where is Area 5?
Era 5 is in Kingston, and it takes in St. Catherine and Kingston and I think probably Portland.
Portland?
Yes.
No, man. How can that be?
Well, that is what he told me, that he's responsible for about 3 to 4 parishes.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, The Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, will need to suspend electricity supply in order to carry out maintenance work on Sunday, June 17, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. in the following areas of St. Mary: Albany, Bacchuswood, Ballots Valley, Esher, Haywood Hall, Islington, Lebanon, Lanrumney, and Martins. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That is 1-888-225-5577.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited. 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much, Neil. We're back with you.
Yes, sir.
So how long did this search last? Well, to begin with, Area 5.
Yes.
These are police from Area 5.
Yes.
Mr.
Reggie Grant.
Reggie Grant.
That, yes.
He's the superintendent?
He told me that he's the assistant commissioner.
Assistant commissioner?
Yes. And he's from Area 5. He's responsible for Area 5.
And they were, well, I don't know, it'd be interesting to see where Area 5 is.
Well,
if it includes Portland.
St. Thomas.
St. Thomas, or it includes St. Thomas too. So he, and so he had what? Special intelligence that you
yes.
That you were storing weapons in your house?
Okay, yes, sir.
Oh. And how long did the search last?
It lasts for about 3 hours.
3 hours?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And he searched the mayoral vehicle also.
Search the mayoral vehicle?
Yes. And it is the fencing, search the fence right around my house because we have edging. You know, plant flowers right around.
Yes, and they search that too?
They search everything.
Oh my God.
Search everything.
But you're lucky, you know, it would have been so easy for somebody to plant something there.
Exactly.
Huh?
Yes, they could. They could plant something outside.
Yes.
Because they search outside without I being present there.
I
have a little storeroom outside, and they searched that storeroom, and I wasn't out there when they were searching that storeroom.
Oh my God.
So they could put anything out there. I remember I was opening one of my windows when they were doing the search. And when I looked, I saw a police out there at my window with a gun. And the police could put anything around the corner at my house. Right? But luckily they didn't do anything like that.
Oh boy. Well, good luck to you, I hope that, I hope that you won't find something worse happening in the future.
Okay, sir.
Eh?
I'm hoping that too, and I'm hoping that they don't attack or do anything to my son on the road going into Kingston. All right.
Oh boy.
Because I just can't see why they should come to search my house. I've never heard of any police going into any mayor's house and searching.
No, I never heard of this before.
I've never heard it.
And it's,
And I've never get entangled with the law at any time. So I don't know why they should be coming to search my house.
Anyway, Mom, all's well that ends well.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you for calling.
Yes, I don't know, I still find it a little difficult to understand what this was about,
I'm having problem understanding it myself. Because when I asked the local police in my area if they know anything about it and what this was all about, they can't answer. They can't answer, they know nothing. They didn't hear of anything, they didn't hear of any search. And these men just come in there notifying the local police that they are coming here. And just carry out a search.
Well, Mom, you remember the evidence of in the Crawl case?
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you very much.
Yes.
And good luck to you. Okay, hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Listen to this. In every community, there is the strong and the weak, the honest and the treacherous. The police officer, therefore, is duty-bound by law to protect the oppressed, to defend the upright, to hunt the criminals, and in general to uphold the law. The work of the policeman can be associated with the... Hello?
Yes?
Yeah, the work of the policeman can be... I've actually lost concentration. But the point I'm trying to make here is that if the police and the citizens do not have a good social communication together, how do they expect to get information in order to solve crime?
Well, do they think that they need information to solve crime?
Well, the crime can only solve through information.
Well, I should have thought so, but our police seem to have a different approach, you see.
And next thing, when you were going to school, Mr. Perkins, I remember once you told me that if your father was alive, he would be amazed to see television set and all that. But when Mr. Perkins then used to send you to school, didn't he provide you with books and pencils?
Yes.
So how do we expect a police force to go out there and do an effective policing without, tools to...
Equipment
to do their work?
Yes.
So,
without adequate training.
Right. So, what do we expect them to do?
Yes.
And I see there's...
But I think that beyond that, sir, part of our problem in Jamaica is that our minds, as I keep on saying, are riveted to the paradigm of the plantation. There are some people in Jamaica who have rights because of how they look, the color of their skins, the size of their bank accounts, their positions in, whether in public life or in the private sector, their places where they live and so on. There are other people in this country who have no rights. Who are scarcely human beings. Right? In the perception of those who, and even people who came from among them, when they climb up the ladder and find themselves in positions of authority and of power, have no respect for those from among whom they came.
Well, didn't you once have that power tends to corrupt and absolute power corrupts absolute?
Well, that is true too.
No, you see, the thing is, though, Mutty, is when we look at the situation and examine it very carefully, that's why I lift my hat to you, because you've won against this long ago, that there is going to become the time that if the people in upper class, I don't really like to class people, but this is the way people look at things. That the people in upper class, if they do not make the problem of the sufferer, the poor, ordinary grassroots man, becomes their problem.
Yes.
Soon to come, they will be facing the same problem that we are now facing.
But it's not a matter of them making it become their problem. They need to recognize that it is their problem.
Precisely.
And that if they did what they ought to have, if they recognized that, and were driven by self-interest, intelligent self-interest,
what happened
to
to
do something about it, this country would be far different from what it now is.
The next thing I want to ask you, because I know we don't have a lot of time left. How I look at things, Mr. Perkins. If a man does not work, should he be given pay? If he's sent here to do a job, should he still be paid if he don't perform?
Of course not.
Right. Now, why is it that when, politicians tend to go overseas to borrow money, and these countries keep lending them money, why is it that whenever they get this money to dispose of it, why is it just go wasted in the economy like that?
Well, because they know why they're doing it, sir. Right? They're not doing it for the good of the people. Right? They're doing it for the good of themselves and their friends.
I think it's time for us to really look at this country on a national level and grow and build this country in national unity. And the way to achieve that is to bring a social harder with the people.
Let me tell you something. We are nowhere close to national unity. We are divided in every which way. Right? We are divided by political party allegiance, and the color of our shirts, right? We are divided by social status, and even people, who live in poor areas, right? The man who lives in Tivoli doesn't see himself as having anything to do with the man who lives in Arnett and vice versa, right? And if police go down to Tivoli Gardens and shoot 27 people, right? You hear Arnett Garden making any fuss about it?
No.
Well, all right.
So it goes right across the fence. But for a small little tiny place like Jamaica, Mutty, it's amazing that when something happened in Jamaica, like when there's a crime. And for a small country like this, you mean to tell me that if that person hasn't taken a boat and left the country, and take an aeroplane and left the country, that the person who committed that crime is right here. Now, someone has information about that individual, but no one is willing to go forward. So we are now preventing the individual from coming forward because there's a lack of cooperation with the police and the citizens.
Yes. Well, sir, civilization is basically about cooperation, right? About people living together in cities, right? And cooperating with each other, right? And if we can't achieve that in this country, and it seems to me that we are going away from civilization. We are creating situations in which people don't want to live next to each other. Right? For one thing, you live next door to somebody and he plays his music and you can't sleep.
That's not civilization.
Anyway, look here. I have to go. I'm awfully sorry. I'm out of time.
Okay, then.
Okay? Thanks for calling. That brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow, usual time and place. We look forward to your company. So long.